Thank you, Proverbs 31. Let's hurry up and get to 25K because I don't want to be on too long. Oh, the phone said it's too, bitch, unplug me. Your battery's doing too much. That's what I was about to get to. That's what I was about to get to, Katie. That's what I was about to get to. So I know that people were like, ooh, you know, Kate, what's that man's name? Sincere's daddy was eating him the fuck up. I said, he bullshit just like his son be bullshit. I was not moving for it, y'all. It wasn't taking me nowhere. I was firmly planted. Because I was like, oh, thank you, China. I'm like, sir, you saying that that's not who you raised, but that's how he's moving. And he said in, what was it, the second or third I think it was the second little game that they played, that he was like basically a serial cheater. That is exactly who you raised. What are you talking about? What are you talking about? I don't like that evasiveness around accountability. I really don't like when people are like, that's not who I am. No, baby, it is who you are. And the fact that you keep rejecting it and keep running from it is why you can't grow out of it, right? Because you keep trying to act like that's not a part of who you are when it is. And what you need to do is turn and fucking face that shit. Turn and face that shit so you can actually do something about the shit. But as long as you keep sitting here acting like, oh, this was some blip. This was a blip. This was just like a one-off. This is not me. This was just like a moment that just happened. You're never gonna fucking grow from that shit. You're never gonna grow from that shit if you refuse to fucking turn and look at it. I don't know who the man was that was on the island. I don't know if that's his biological father. I don't know if it is his, stepfather. My pillow is too thick, y'all. Can I go that one, yeah. I don't know who the fuck he said he was raised by. Maybe he did, but my thing is his dad was lying. His dad was not telling the whole truth. No, the parents are not together from what I understand. Okay, thank you, Note Lana. Thank you. Either whoever he was raised by, that is absolutely who you all raised. I need you to stop playing in my face. And my husband, Chris, was like, K-Boogie. Chris was like, his dad probably is embarrassed, but he's overly going because they're on TV. It's like that. He was like, it's like that situation where like you at your family's house and your kid get to acting up. So then you try to show out a little bit more because you want them to know you got shit under control. Stop. Cut it out. I'm not buying it. I'm not buying what you're selling. And the fact that the sister was in his face like, nah, you on some bullshit though. She didn't say that, but like, she was not playing with him. She did not give a fuck about nothing you're saying right now. And I was like, no, she didn't. She held it back. Oh, beloved was girl. But it was the fact that he was in the room talking to the boys, talking about, she said beloved, but like in an angry way. You thought they was going to be happy with you? What? That goes back to what I just said, right? If you refuse to look at that shit as actually a part of who you are, you can't understand why they're mad at you because you're convincing yourself that that's not fucking you. It is, baby. It's time to do some shadow work. And this is why, listen, y'all piss me off not whacking that motherfucker enough this season. Y'all let yourselves get distracted. He should have been getting lashings all fucking season because he got all the way bad. It was me. He got all the way to the fucking final week. We are literally what? 3 days? 4 days? Whatever, however many fucking villa days till the end. And he's finally just getting whacked by someone in that villa for real, for real. And it ain't even a fucking Islander. It's not even a fucking Islander. Now, I will credit the boys. They did say like, well, you kind of overly going. You're doing a little bit too much, right? But the public, y'all let that nigga have that curly hair and that light skin. And y'all was like, he's really trying, guys. I'm sorry. I'm just playing with y'all. Nikkei, because why was it me too? Listen. Something. They saw Mufasa when he was really scarred with a bust down. He scarred with a bust down, and y'all was fucking Simba. All fucking season, y'all Simba thinking you just boo-boo the fucking fool out here. Okay? He done redacted your fucking daddy, and you running around here like boo-boo the goddamn fool. I can't with y'all. I can't with y'all. Like, please. He's a good man, Savannah. Like, Hakuna Matata for real. Like, he's gonna be the mighty king. Oh, Lord. Y'all so funny. Y'all cracked me up this season. I mean, sometimes y'all was pissing me off, but y'all cracked me up because... Anyway, that man is clearly Samson, and enough of y'all bitches ain't Delilah, okay? Anyway, let me stop. And the girls are his hyenas, period. Period. Because the way they was like, I wouldn't be a good friend if I didn't say this. I'm sorry. It's not funny. Bro, because it's so fucking ridiculous. Like, how can I not fucking laugh at it? Like, it's so ridiculous. I wouldn't be a good friend if I didn't say this to you. And, you deserve better than that. And you deserve... And then Melanie said, I would have appreciated hearing this, a week ago. Mamas. It's a little late. And then Anaya and Trinity went in the corner and started kikiing about how that man was trying. They don't see all that we see. And y'all don't see all that we see, baby. Y'all don't see all that we see either. And that's what you're forgetting. Like, what the fuck y'all got going on? Listen, Zach's sister needed to, again, I ain't forgot y'all a fascist family. Don't get too froggy, bitch. Don't try to get too froggy, bitch. Don't do that. Shut the fuck up. And focus on why your brother was withholding breakfast from his girl. Why don't you talk to him about that? You didn't say anything bad, unlike other people. Bitch, Asha, he did bad shit. Ask him why you didn't make her breakfast when she made you mad. You can't be doing that. Stop joking with her and saying that you love her. If you don't. Stop doing that. Don't be joking about getting with other girls after she just was the most intimate that she possibly could be with you. Check his shit. Focus on your couple. See? Anyway, child. Hold on, y'all. Is Nikki in the live yet? Nikki, I'm sorry, girl. 373 is crazy. I'm sorry, girl. I'm sorry. Not Gigi, I'm not. Shut up. But like, yeah, that was weird. Here y'all go. Y'all can't stay fucking focused. That's why all they do is yap about other couples. That shit is so fucking weird. And I'm sure that's not all they yap about. I'm sure they yap about other shit, but that's the shit that they choose to keep in the edit. And that makes me curious about what the fuck y'all are talking about. It must be so goddamn dry. It's so goddamn dry and boring. They be like, tomatoes, tomatoes. Just put in the shit of them talking about other people. You know why Bryce introduced Kayla to his family and then brought up Paradise again. Child, anyway. Now, Bryce's, I'm gonna let Gigi say it, but Bryce's grandma, she was a key. The grandma could stay. The grandma is the baby, but Bryce gotta go home. Leave the grandma, send the grandson. Because she was funny as fuck. She was one of the best parts of this goddamn season 2. She was hilarious. She said, even a turtle tongue. And Sister Granny, Gigi, please. And he's like, huh? What? She's like, oh, right. You don't know about that? I said, girl, you eat them the fuck up. That's totally fine, girl. That is totally fine. For real, for real. But she was hilarious with her Bob Ross t-shirt, Jada. With the Bob Ross, the t-shirt with the fucking... She was such a grandma. I love that. It was so good. It was so good. It was so good. Grandma definitely had a roster. Back in the day, baby, she got a roster right now. Somebody paying the light bill, somebody paying the water, somebody bringing the groceries, somebody rubbing her feet. She got a roster right now, okay? What you mean? Back in the day. A player don't never lose their stripes, baby. Okay, I'm sorry. But grandma was hilarious, okay? Grandma was hilarious. Y'all get to skip whoever y'all want to skip. I watched everybody. Y'all not gonna like this comment, but I thought it was weird that I personally bad. I personally thought it was weird to hear certain islanders calling people's family hot. It was a little weird. Like, why is that the language we keep using to describe people? We'll have no other words. Like, that's weird. Miva, you know what I said? I said Anaya's the only one that's wearing something that is like what I would have worn. Wait, let me be obnoxious for just a second. not that I'm never not obnoxious, right? But I gotta be annoying for just, can I just be annoying for a second? Are y'all gonna give me my sins about me saying that part of the reason why Anaya likes Carl is because she has been raised to look to a man of the way that he shows up? She's been cultured and raised to believe that that's the man that she should marry. Can you give me my sins? Because I told y'all. And that's not anything negative, but I knew that that is what was influencing her. And y'all like, no, she just, no. Like it was offensive. I didn't even say nothing bad. I didn't even say nothing bad. Like, well, Anaya said it directly, Proverbs 31. He's so husband coded. I'm sure she was. I told y'all. Anyway, it don't even matter, child. They done all moved on. AJC, I saw that. I said in my group chat, she did that weird little move that you do when you want to stop kissing somebody. I was like, what is that? I'm assuming you're talking about the moment in the bed. Because that's when I saw it. I didn't see it any other moment. But I was like, what was that? Okay, we can bring up panel. This is hilarious. I got to bring up all of the Voldy crew first. Y'all,
why Bryce and Nana look like brother and sister? Sister Nana. Sister Nana was in the villa.
Oh, 373.
Okay, you know what?
Hush. You know what? Because
that's the highest number I've ever seen.
Hush.
And I started.
Listen,
I'm 15 minutes behind y'all.
Listen, hold on. Because we're not going to do this. Chat, we're not going to do this. Because she's going to come up here and start bitching, right? But I'm going to let y'all know. We let her know. I tagged her ass in the chat to let her know, to find out where she was at. That's not our fault.
I responded. I said, I'm going to start late. That's what I'm saying.
Exactly. And what did I say? What did I say in the chat? What did I say in the chat? I said, is your 15 minutes up? I asked if your 15 minutes was up. So I want to hear that bullshit. I want to hear that bullshit.
373 after I said okay.
And that's not our fault. God. That's not our fault. Let's get okay. Look here's what I'm gonna do.
I'm gonna say
blame Melanie.
Going back.
Blame Melanie for being a bird.
Ladies.
Melanie.
Ladies. Three mother. I can't. Y'all, I'm not listening to that. I'm not. Y'all better say everything because I'm not going back. I'm not doing it.
Ladies.
Ladies. Listen, you gotta
somebody come up in here. My God. So crazy.
You got 373 texts.
Yo,
I can't. I hate y'all.
My fucking text messages are not that deep.
Oh, okay.
Let me go on mute.
Okay.
Wait, I got something to say about why Anaya be touching on Carl, but she don't really want to.
Okay, what? Why?
She's doing it because she thinks it's going to get under Casey's skin because that's all he wanted from her and she wouldn't give it to him. So now she's like, I'm going to be all touchy on Carl, but Casey don't give a damn. He don't care not one bit about her being over there with that man.
I'm going to leave this right here.
That's what it is.
I did hear that about the easy access. I did hear that.
Weird.
But that's when she was. I know
you disagreed. That's fine.
When she was in the bed and she was like, "I wore this for you because it's easy access."
But she don't want nobody in her cooties.
Listen, I just want to say one thing, Tina. We was giving you your 10s for what you said, but now I need my 10s. I need my 10s because I know I sat up here on panels and told y'all that Melanie's mama was not going to come in there and play that. And I was told no, she's going to be like,
you did.
I was told several times that she's going to be like, no, we love him. Listen, mama said, why are you giving that man second chances when there's a man out there waiting for his first? The sister came on smoke. Now, I told you I didn't think Melanie was going to listen, but I did tell you that family was not going to come in there and eat humble pie.
You were right. Listen, I'm going to give it to you. You were right. You were absolutely right. And I'm happy to be wrong about that. Absolutely. Yes.
They came with a belt. I ain't never seen a family on Family Day come with a belt the way they did.
No, her mama need to come with an actual belt. Like, I would have appreciated seeing a chancla. Like, I
think the only reason she did it is because there was a language barrier, and that ain't
no language barrier. Everybody understands the chancleta.
She said, "Let the sister come in." The sister said, "Listen here, beloved. Listen here, beloved. I'm not in the mood."
She said,
"I don't had no family picture booth at all." She said, "Cut the crap. I'm not taking no pictures with you."
I'm gonna need him to ghost just like the real beloved did. Just ghost. Go away.
Listen, I don't think he caught the beloved reference.
No,
I really
because
don't.
Again, he refuses to accept that this is himself. So the shit don't even register as real for him. It's just,
you know what the problem with Sincere is, and he could never
might be a little slow.
He's not slow.
He
No, he's not. Here's the problem with Sincere. He could never grow up in a Caribbean household because let me tell you what would have happened. He would have got backhanded in his mouth so quickly because Sincere does this thing that aggravates me. While you're talking to him, he's responding. Mm-hmm. So you're like, "Oh, Sincere, yeah, I got that. Yeah, it was backhanded if he was in a Caribbean household because you're not listening.
But
you're
Puerto Rican.
That's why I said it's not the same. You know, a Caribbean household. I was raised in the Guyanese and Panamanian house. The backhand you would have received.
They's Caribbean too. He Puerto Rican.
No, that's not the same.
I still am confused why everybody was so in disagreement with me about Anaya. Since y'all know Anaya don't like all that touching, so why was she touching him then? That's what I want to know. For everybody that in the comments that didn't agree, why is she touching him if she don't like all that touching?
Because I can tell you what I've seen and heard, but y'all can put it in the comments. They're gonna say because she feels more comfortable with Carl.
Oh, bad. Whatever.
He got the complexion for affection. Shut up, Gigi.
Shut up.
Not the complexion for affection. My God.
America bringing Carl back, like she was the only one who really had a connection with Carl. So she knows at this point that this is what America wants to see. And she knows that she can ride that wave. Yeah. Like America brought Carl back for her.
Y'all, why did Carl bring up Anaya getting him kicked out the villa again?
Because he's bitter.
He resents her. He's so upset. Oh my God.
Because it's a match made in heaven.
He's really hurt. I really feel like he should just get over it though, right?
He should get over it.
But guys,
it's been a week. He should get over it.
But guys, she picked herself. It works. It's perfect.
No, I want to say something about what Danny said because that's a really fucking good point, and I thought about the whole time. Sincere is so busy trying to get out of the situation, he's not even fully really acknowledging how much shit and how much we don't like him. Like, seriously, he's not even clocking. He can't remember what he did yesterday. The only thing that he remembers is the stuff we shown on movie night. I mean, he's already said it several times with the guys. I don't know what, hey, Angelique, I don't know what's going on. I don't know. I don't remember what I said. That's the problem. You just out here, and I'm so glad. I think that was his stepdaddy or something like that. I'm so glad he came in and said, "I'm not here for sport. I'm here to check this." Okay, that's what parenting is.
His stepdaddy full of shit.
Yeah, I feel like
his stepdaddy full of shit.
Y'all need what y'all need to explain to me is why I heard more about Bryce talking to Zach and Kata than I ever heard him talking to Trinity. That's what I need to know. I learned more about Bryce's whole episode than I did about when he talks to Trinity. And explain to me why Granny wanted to see them in the bumping and grinding in the hideaway. Because somebody
that was
weird. One mic, but y'all, did you notice when Granny asked why they didn't go to the hideaway? Did y'all see both Trinity and Bryce's faces? As they were walking away,
no, I was
like,
skipping
get them to the hideaway. They don't think that ain't gonna happen.
I wasn't paying no attention.
That's because they got an understanding.
Allegedly, they
got an
already did the
understanding.
do. Allegedly, they've
Why
already
he-
did the do. Why
But
not go to the hideaway?
why wouldn't the girlfriend and boyfriend want to go to the hideaway?
I mean,
Why
they did
did
it.
he
We
want
wouldn't
to
have seen it, but
introduce
okay.
Why did he want to introduce Kata to his family?
You know why?
But did he want to, or did his grandma ask
He
to
said
see her?
she
Because I
wants
felt
to.
like
I
she
think
was
he
like,
said
"Oh, is
she
that
wants to
Kata?"
meet her. I think he said that.
Yes, exactly. That's what it
She's
was.
the
That's what I
one.
heard. I think that's what
She's
she said.
the one that
He
got
said.
away. That's why she had to be presented to the family. The one that got away.
Also, I want to point out that for all the people who said that no, Trinity really liked him at the beginning, they're together by comfortability. She said, I didn't like that man at first. Y'all know I didn't like that man at first.
But y'all
Okay.
kept telling us that we were being haters. No, they
Okay.
really like each other, and we were like, no, she doesn't.
When that villa,
But even she said it
has
at the
called
beginning
him
that she wasn't really feeling it.
She called him weird last episode. When that Villa Air finishes and they after press week of LA, because you know they're in LA for 1 week, when they go back to their respective homes and that air starts hitting her and he starts being needy on the phone and she's like, oh my God. Yeah, okay.
You gonna block them?
They gonna be
They will
needy on
stay
the phone,
together.
too.
They will stay together for optics. They will
And they'll
stay
do
together
two.
for the
Yeah,
brand
through
deals.
reunion.
They have Love
Come to
Island
me
has
in
made it
September,
very
October.
clear.
They could go ahead and sign
Love
them a
Island
Tubi
has made it
contract.
very clear that this is their couple that they can make money off of since they can't get their hands
Come to
on Nick
me
and
in
Landria.
come to me in September, October.
They will hype them up all the way through as long as people stay engaged. They will continue to present that because they want them to be the winners that Amaya and Brian weren't.
Guys,
Love
did
Island can
anybody
count all they
laugh?
want,
Did
but
anybody laugh when Anaya's mom was like, they have so much in common, you know? Volleyball. And then it was nothing else.
I laughed so
But she
hard.
said because nobody plays volleyball.
Also, when she said, "Why didn't you follow your judgment and pick him?" I was like, "Man, what are you talking about?"
And
You
didn't
knew she
you
wasn't gonna
realize her sister barely
pick him.
said anything? Carl's sister barely said anything.
I said, yup, we
They
don't know
barely showed
nothing
any
either,
of Carl's
mama. You don't
family
have to force it.
saying
We don't know
things for
nothing
him.
either.
Okay. Let me run through all my thoughts real quick, and then I'm gonna kick it to the panel for all of y'all's time. So I already told y'all what I thought about Melanie and Sincere, their families. Melanie, baby, I feel like she's clearly her knees have been knocked out, y'all. She can't stand up, and so we need to just let her go ahead and wheel herself off that goddamn island with that man. She's gonna be in the luggage, whatever. Fuck it, right? Just let it go, okay? Let the girl learn the lesson her goddamn self, right? Because all she gonna do is come outside and he gonna do the same shit he did inside, baby. He about to have thousands of cooter cats thrown at him, and you think he not gonna move, and he couldn't stop moving for them too? Girl, bye. Anyway, Sincere, you're not shit, and you lack accountability. The continued desire to act like that is not who you are, rather than taking ownership so that you can actually grow from the behavior. I'm not fucking with it. I'm not fucking with it. And honestly, he knows he's about to keep making her look dumb. Him being on this whole, oh, I'm different because you don't got nobody else to pursue, Sincere. You don't have any other options left. Of course you're different. There's no more cooter cats in there other than Melanie's at this point for you. Like, what are you talking about? What are you talking about? If a bombshell came in tomorrow, he'd be like, well, I just feel like we should explore, like. So I'm not buying it. I'm not buying it. His daddy was going, stepdad, whoever, he called himself his dad. His dad was going, and that man was going in a level of performance that I have, hardly seen on this show. And baby, no. I do think he
Y'all
was
don't
embarrassed.
believe the daddy? You don't believe the daddy?
No, I do not. I think that he was embarrassed, but I think that he was showing out for the cameras. Because I'm sorry, you telling me that that's not who he is, that's not who you raised. What I'm hearing is, again, avoidance of accountability from the daddy on down. So I think you full of shit, and that's where you got it from.
Okay, because I've heard that speech a lot in my life, and honestly, I think it needed to be said, even if
I
it
think
was
it needed to be
performative.
said. I just don't think it was sincere. So there's that, right? And again, the level of performance that he was doing is exactly how we've seen Sincere show up. So And again, Sincere told all of us he was a cheater before he ever came to the villa. You know who your child is. Stop pretending like you didn't know that. Like, I don't want to hear it. I don't want to hear it. Acting like this man got on TV and did a whole fucking 180. You can't believe, you don't know who this person is. Stop it. Cut the shit. Stop it. Okay? Because when my kids be cutting up or whatever, well, it don't be nobody but the assistant manager. When he be cutting up, I be like, no, yeah, I know. I'm not about to act like I don't fucking know. I know my kids.
All shade. Wow. Wow. Oh my gosh. I hope this recorded. Somebody screenshot that or screen record that so we can send it to the manager.
Again, I'm going to say it
why
one
you
more
did
time.
my nephew like that?
I'm going to say, listen, I love him. I'm going to ride for him as much as I can, but when he wrong, he fucking wrong. You feel me?
Why you did my nephew like that?
Oh, you said the assistant. I'm sorry. I thought, okay.
No, yeah, not the manager, the assistant.
Not the
because
manager.
Here's the thing. My now 14-year-old, but even when he was 11, 10, 9, even if he would cut up, he would be like, no, yeah, I did. Like, he know how to take accountability for his shit. So I'm not trying to hear that shit at no 24, 25 fucking years old. That you don't know who this person is. And this man told all of America he was a cheater before he got here. You do know who he is. Stop lying. What would have been more believable would have been you being like, I thought that you come into the show and really focusing on love, that you would have locked in a way that you have not before. And I was disappointed to see you repeat old patterns, because that would have been the fucking truth. That would have been the truth. And that I would have believed more. I think you were performing because you were embarrassed by his behavior. And you know that we're all watching.
Tina, can I just play a little bit of devil's advocate on that?
Mm-hmm.
Because I was, my situation growing up. Mm-hmm. I definitely hid things from my parents to where they would not know who I was outside of their household. Mm-hmm. Could that have been a possibility?
Can I push back on that a little bit? Only because we hear it only because we know that's may not be necessarily true, because Sincere says it in his intro that his mom and his sister always planted in his head that he was going to be a lady unaliver, and that of course that's what he was going to be. So he was fostered in an environment to behave like that.
You're going to be a heartbreaker. He's been.
Maybe it's to see your kid lie like that, right? Like, your kid be doing some things, like your kid be doing some things, but I think maybe seeing how viciously his child lies for the free maybe shook him up a little bit. Maybe. Again,
I think he was embarrassed. I think that you're full of shit to say that you don't know that he's like that. Because Sincere be lying like he breathes, baby. So he lies to you too.
Yeah, he be telling them half truths. But I also think that the father was saying something because of the son, or like the younger brother watching how he moves. I do think like that's why he was kind of dragging it to be like, it's not okay. But I do agree, like, your son's character. I do feel like that.
And him saying
your son's character.
Him acting like this is where it, like, you lose me, right? And then I'm gonna get up off of Sincere. You lose me because when you're saying to your son, you got to figure out how to fix it. You got to fill her cup. You got to do. If you're so disappointed that you got on a plane to fly to Fiji because you can't believe your child is acting like that, why do you think that woman should work it out with your son? Why do you think that ain't no fucking cup to fill? The shit is in pieces on the fucking floor of the goddamn villa. Ain't no goddamn cup.
He lost me.
He did tell him, Tina. He did tell him at one point, like, he didn't really think he stood a chance. But, like, since you saying you want to try, then go fill it up. He did tell him, I don't think you stand a chance. He was like, I don't think there's much to fix. But, like, go ahead, beloved.
He also told him that's not the end. So, anyway, moving on from Melanie and Sincere. I want to talk about KC and Anaya, because I heard that KC's mom is getting heat on the internet. Listen, everybody wants a chance to whack at KC. Honestly, goddamn, find a hobby. Here's what I will say about his mom. When she first came on the screen, I was like, she don't like her? Like, why is she looking like that? I literally put in a group chat, I'm like, why is her face doing that? You know what I'm saying? I'm about to get to it, Savage Unruly. And so, because I think so too. And then when they were sitting, when it was just Casey, his mom, and his sister, and hold on, damn, I'm not gonna be able to show you. Hold on. And she was sitting like this. I said, oh, she's just introverted. She's just reserved. This is probably a stretch for her. Like that is that's like a protection movement. She was like, what the fuck? You know what I'm saying? But she here for her baby, right? I'm sure she done seen what y'all been fucking saying about her kid all fucking season, right? And so I then realized like, oh, she's just introverted, right? She's just having a moment. And then he then told us my mom is a woman of few words. So that confirmed it for me. I feel like people got to not drag it. You got to let people know they family better than you know them.
And her not having the passport beforehand, he was like, oh, you got the passport to come. Like, this is out of her wheelhouse.
Right.
This is his mama. Listen, his mama didn't went on the same journey he went on this summer.
Yeah, she was pushing it. You could tell, like she did a lot to see her son.
She said, I'm about to stretch myself.
Yeah, I'm proud of her because you could tell like this is out of character for her. Like,
right,
she did not want to be there.
And
so I will say, go ahead.
I was just going to say, Tina, real quick. I also think there has to be some level of just disgustingness about him even being on the show and what she's seen that she can't talk about. That's the energy that I was picking up. It's just like,
you think so?
Because when she was saying something about TT, she said something like, and she stood up for you.
Yeah.
Or had your back, something like that.
She said she stood behind him and she supported.
Yes. And I was just like, I see. I can see myself being in the same position because I don't want to say I can't say anything. I've been instructed not to say anything about what's really happening out in the real world. So I have to curb what I say. So I'm gonna let my daughter speak. I would probably do the same way because I don't hide my face very.
Yeah.
I don't have my emotions well.
She also looked like those person, if you don't have nothing nice to say, don't say anything at all. That's what she looked like. Because she didn't even want to fraternize with the other islanders. She didn't want to do all of that. Hello, hi, everybody. No. She was kept to herself.
I can hear that. And I think that if it was just about not wanting to whack KC, then we would have seen a different response even to TT. She was that way the entire time she was there. I think it was introvertedness. I think it's shyness. I don't know. So I actually told my group chat that I have been in Casey's repost before. When I was looking for that Kevin Samuels post that everybody was telling me about. And I seen a repost where he talked about what it's like to be, the person that he reposted was talking about what it's like to be the person that doesn't have a lot of support from your family and having to navigate like the wins and big moments by yourself. And so being shocked when you get support. So when he said, you got your passport to come here, I was like, oh, he needed that. He needed that. He needed his mom to show the fuck up for him. And so I love that for him. What about TT's family? They were very like, ooh, like, girl, you really like this man. Like she really likes his man. Why would she have ran a fade? I think TT very much likes this man. Again, it is a stretch for her too, because her family's like, she's never had a boyfriend and she's 25, right? Yes, her cousin was gorge, but her family is like, she hasn't even ever had a boyfriend and she's 25. So the fact that this is their reading that they really like each other, I like that for them. I also noticed, I don't know if anybody else did, but even as they were talking, KC like was struggling to make eye contact in moments. I think he's feeling almost like bashful about like what's going on with him and TT, which I think is actually cute for them. Do I have anything else to say about TT and KC? I don't think so. They very much like each other though. You know what? Her mom was less reserved than, listen, Ro. Not that I would ever, but I'm just.
I thought from the beginning.
And seeing his mom made me very curious. Seeing his mom made me very curious.
There have been a
Curious
lot of
about
things
what?
he
I didn't
said
see
and done
Rose
that I was like,
comment.
That he got TOT.
He genuinely seems like a socially awkward kind of guy. Like, I don't see him as malicious in any way. He seems very shy and bashful with half the things he says.
I mean, the fact that his sister was like,
Exactly.
"You're so goofy," and I like that you can be goofy with her. I think that I don't think that his mom didn't like her. I think that she's just reserved. Yes, Swanee, but I can't really say too much of nothing about certain things. Solar Goon, exactly. But they get to be more groupie together. Like Brownie, we have to remember, right, that he was originally with the partner that was like, yeah, it's cool when you're goofy, but like, I also want you to be serious. You know what I'm saying? So like, there's not the same request maybe from TT. I did really appreciate TT and Casey's conversation on the dock after the girlfriend proposal thing. Yeah, let's go ahead and give y'all a tap go. Get to 80K in the next 4 minutes. That is, y'all can do that. I appreciated their conversation on the dock. I thought it was nice that they were exchanging compliments to one another. And they seem to really like each other as people, y'all. Like they really seem to like each other as people and also have like an attraction to each other. So I think that that's really good, for them. Who else? I don't have nothing else for Brinity. Kata and Zach's family.
Look around, everybody on mute.
They gave me what you guys said Melanie's parents were going to give. That's what I'll say about Kata's parents. They gave me that they had a lot to say, but we're trying to keep it cute for the cameras.
They
Y'all,
absolutely
They said that
talked
exclusive
about-
thing.
I already talked about Brinity and I already talked about Anaya and Carl's family. I don't really have any more thoughts than what I already said. If they come back up again, because the panel talks about him and I have a new thought, I will address it. But, you know, I thought I wasn't moving. I mean, listen, no shade, right? But do y'all have so much in common? Because who plays volleyball? Like, girl, so many people play volleyball. What are you talking about? I also, if y'all want me to be an asshole, right? Not that y'all want me to, but Charlie being like, yeah, so you just come to the States. I was like,
Ooh, Tia, I was waiting for you to bring up Charlie, bro. He was pissing me clean the fuck off. Oh my god.
He walked on the screen. I said, "You."
The competition thing between Zach and Charlie was also confirmed in this episode, and I feel like that's been really apparent.
Correct. And then the fact that, listen, we also need to clock, I don't remember if people remember this from Beyond the Villa, but Charlie mentioned like not having been able to, like he talked about like his immigration status with being in the States and being able to work here or not, blah, blah, blah. So I thought it was interesting. I thought it was interesting that it came up for him when it came to Zach. Also, I thought it was not shocking, but curious that Zach was telling us that like he was like the sibling that was sort of kind of ignored or kind of like awkward.
He was the ugly duckling.
Yeah, like not cute, but kind of like also like not really like an afterthought because of how he's shown up in the villa.
It's been 20 years. He needs to get over it.
He hasn't gotten over it. That's the problem. That's why he's acting the way he's acting.
Right, I can see that's why he acts the way he acts. I was like,
no, and I figured it out during Casa when that girl said
years.
she met him and she kissed Charlie, and he was like, "Oh, well, great." I was like, "Ooh, that's what that is."
But it's been 25 years. He needs to get over it.
Unfortunately, is he a middle kid? Because if he's a middle kid, he's never going to get over it.
No, he's the youngest child. He's the youngest.
Oh, that's
child.
worse. That's worse.
He's finally
That's
getting
scary.
the attention he's always wanted in the villa.
Yeah, that's the problem. He's never going to get over
that's
that.
what I was getting to, right? It's like the fact that he was the kid that was sort of kind of cast aside, kind of pushed over, whatever. The fact that he's now one of the oldest people in that villa, he has a level of power in that villa, and I think we saw what he does when he has access to it.
Right.
Take it back.
Right.
Take it back.
And I also
go ahead.
I heard a creator say that like he has that different that power dynamic with Kata because of his insecurities, and that was I heard them say this like earlier in the week, and then he well, not committed, but admitted that during the family day that he did suffer from like an insecurity of his brother always being the star of the show, and like when he came on the show, what he wanted to do was just beat his brother. Basically, he wanted to win at something against his brother.
Yep.
And I think like that's crazy. But even we saw that when he was in Casa and kissing on the girl that his brother was with and didn't find that disgusting. Like, I know she downplayed what she did with him, and she told the girls like, oh yeah, we went on a date, all of that, but she downplayed it to him. But even that, you would think like, yeah, nah, I'm good on that. Let me move around, it's other women.
Yeah. Listen, I think that, I think that they might be going home tomorrow, based on facial expressions, that cry face that Kata does, that we got to see in the preview. Oh, y'all hit the goal. Take a tap break. And I think it's going to be Kenzie and Dylan too. Kenzie and Dylan, let me touch them briefly. Child, you're boring. Pack it up. Get out of here. Y'all you thought it looked like tears of relief? That face looked like, hold on.
Not the receipts.
I saw this face. And that wasn't no fucking relief moment. That was her crying about that damn man. That's what I saw. But maybe I'm wrong, child. We'll see tomorrow. But it was not looking happy. No shade.
That face is the same face she made when she realized she was bottom couple. That's that same face right there.
Same face with that
exactly
too.
it's the same face.
Absolutely. I don't disagree.
The only other alternative is that one of her girls is going home and not her, which one of them would it be though?
I don't know.
The only one she care about. Let's be real. Trinity is the only one she cares about.
That's the thing. It probably won't be Trinity, so it has to be her.
Exactly. Literally, y'all, come on. No shade. Kata would not cry for anybody else in that fucking villa. She would not cry. I don't think she would cry for Trinity, if I'm keeping it a buck.
No. She would only cry for herself.
I feel like she would fake it for Trinity. Maybe a little bit.
She would be like, oh my, and then she might cry as she's on her way out, but I don't think she would be crying at the table for Trinity.
True. No, not at the table.
I don't think so. I think she'd maybe cry as she's packing her shit to go home. I don't think she'd be crying at the table. Not like that. Not like how she was crying. No shade.
And we all know they're not.
Yeah, because that was a boohoo.
And honestly, that I didn't realize how close Trinity and Kata were to Bea until she packed up and left.
Yeah. No, I don't think Trinity is going home. I think that's who production wants to win, and that's the winners they've been cultivating all season, so that you all can continue to be okay with age gap relationships, and you all have proven to them that it worked.
And so have their parents.
Genuinely.
Because I'm so disappointed. I'm so disappointed. Why did y'all not clock that is too large of an age difference? Anyway.
When she said, "Oh, I'll save it for my turn." I'm sorry.
No, you're okay. So Kata and Zach, mom, the fact that mom and sister both had feelings and then said, but we just didn't know his sense of humor yet. No, you think it's fucking weird. So just say you think it's fucking weird. Stop trying to move it and make it okay to make her feel better. Tell her it's fucking weird. And then also the other thing about them is I actually did like mom saying like, that's a situation. That's then your boyfriend and girlfriend. Like, what are you talking about? What are you talking about? Basically. So I liked that too. Honestly, y'all, I don't know shit. I don't really have a lot for Zeta or Brinity and their families. Grandma was the star of the show for Bryce's family. Again, get her a bed in the villa. She can stay. All right, she can stay.
Dina, did you not like Dylan's mom when she clocked Dylan? It was like, this is her experience too. I like that part. You didn't like it?
I haven't talked about them yet. So Kenzie and Dylan, I will echo again, boring. I think that his mom is whatever. I think that a lot of times parents are motivated to say what they think their children want to hear, especially if they're parents especially if they're parents that we've seen have like a big social media engagement, a big, like if they're basically Lorraine, ain't that her name from last season? Whatever the fuck that woman's name was, right? Like, and whiteness has a culture of niceness. And so I don't think she would have gotten, I don't think it's respectable, right? Which is why we have respectable Negroes, because that is a performance of whiteness. And so their culture, I would have never expected them to get on there and say anything different than what they did. I would have never expected that from Kenzie's family or from Dylan's family, which is why Kenzie pulled her to the side and she's affirming her. Like, child, they not going to make it to the airport. I don't know what y'all, I want to come visit you in Chicago. Stop. Lies. They made it all up. You're not going to Chicago. Stop it.
It's not true. It's not true.
Oh, it's not true. So
None
yeah,
of it's true.
I wasn't. No shade. They lie. What else? Who else did I miss anybody, or that's everybody? That's everybody.
You didn't talk about Carl's parents, Carl's mom and sister.
She did at the start with Anaya, I think, right?
Before we came
Oh,
up.
my bad.
No, you're okay. I mean, I don't really think there's too much and nothing to say. What I will say is I thought it was weird that Zach's sister brought up another couple. And I think that Anaya's mom moved exactly how I would expect her to move in discussing that situation. Because again, the pedigree of people that they are around, how they move, like she navigated that with a lot of tact and a lot of grace, right? They talked about the experience with Casey without ever maligning him, without ever coming for him as a human. They just talked about, why did you, it seemed that you had a really good connection with Carl, right? Like you were saying all these, like she did it with a lot of care. And I would have expected no less. Honestly,
You didn't find it a little strange the fact that she didn't want Anaya to cry? She was like, "You're gonna make me mad if you cry."
Wait, I don't even remember her saying that. About what?
I think it was more because of how and why she was crying during Casa.
The
right?
thing is that Trinity's mom said the same
No,
thing.
when they sat together, she's like, "Oh my God, you guys, I'm about to cry." She said, "Oh, why are you gonna cry? You're gonna make me mad." And you were like,
Yeah, but then she
mom-
said you've been
but-
crying a lot, so you need to stop
Trinity-
all that crying.
Trinity's mom said the same thing to her, like, "Oh, stop crying." But I fear that, like, I don't know. Maybe I just was raised with the mom who was like one of those like. Wasn't raised in a soft household, so like my mom probably would have been like, "Cut that crying out," and like I don't think she was trying to like.
I'll have
put
to
her
watch
down.
it back. I'll have to watch it back, Angie, so I can have a real opinion. So maybe I'll mute myself while you all are talking and watch it. Sam Wynn, that's what I was going to say. I grew up in a house of stop crying before I give you something to cry about. That was the house I grew up in.
Yeah.
My mom would ask you if you want to call her a bucket.
It's not, I'm not saying it is good, Angie. I'm just saying that I could understand it. And again, like, okay, how do I say this? I'm going to watch it back to have a full opinion. But I will say, if it is in the context that you think it is, where it's like maybe a little bit odd, she played sports, right? And we heard what Sincere said to her, right? We also know again that big displays of emotion in certain settings is not it's not respectable. It's not how you should be showing up. Babe, you're on a international platform. Stop doing all that goddamn crying. You know what I'm saying? Like, I could actually understand if not that I think it's great, but I could conceptualize because of the way that they live and the way she was raised, why that might have been said if it was said in that context. But I need to watch it back to see my own opinion about it. I will say though, I do want them to be able to have access to their full emotions. It's something that I said about Anaya very early days in this villa, that I felt like the audience needed to let her have access to the full range of her emotions and stop basically asking her to be a strong Black woman or to be Black perfection. But yeah, Kayla, that's exactly right. It's like, tighten up. Like, keep your composure. You want to cry? Go cry while you taking a dookie so they don't see you. You know what I'm saying? Like, stop crying just everywhere the fuck else. I'm sure her mom probably felt a way seeing that, Kojic cry after the recoupling, So I think that I can get why mom might have been like, yo, come on, tighten up.
Did you say
Don't be
Kojic
out
cried?
here, embarrassing us,
Yeah, and also too,
Just
maybe
said
That's what it gave
Kojic
to me as
cried.
well.
My lord.
no, I was saying that sometimes I think like black mothers also know that you don't get any sympathy when
Yeah.
you cry. So
Yeah, but
like
also
they're
to
like,
go full
what are your
Viola Davis was a
tears
lot.
going to do? What you say? I'm sorry.
Right. No, I was like, she went full Viola Davis, and that was a bit much that night. Like, it was a lot.
Yes, she was being ushered out the church. She did feel like
That is what it gave.
she did have. They had to put the finger up to escort her out. Yes, they did.
Yes, they did.
Ushers,
I do think
ushers,
that.
come help your sister. Usher,
Yes.
the usher board,
Had to
come
tip
on
her
down with the
out.
white gloves.
So yes, I can understand her mom saying that. I agree, though. I don't think that that's fair to black women. I will say that I have always said that one of the things I enjoyed about Trinity on the show early days was the fact that Trinity was subverting expectations of black women, right? That you have to be, respectable, and you have to be composed, and you have to be all of these things that we ask for from black women. I actually appreciated that she was not doing those things, and that she was just being whoever the fuck she was. And I could appreciate that about the way that she showed up on the show. I don't think it's fair to keep asking Anaya to do that. And y'all, literally, like, I'm not trying to be shady, like, just being honest about it. It is how she was raised. It's the environment she grew up in. Like, we're not going to undo her conditioning in 6 weeks. And we're not going to undo her conditioning that, her mom has been in for her life too. Like, that's not, while we don't like it and it feels uncomfortable, it's not abnormal in their culture, in their community, in their tax bracket. And I think, like, we just got to accept that might be their truth, and that's okay. Okay, I'm going to shut up now. I'm going to pass it over to my panel. I'm going to start with you, Gigi. Go ahead and give me your thoughts, my love.
All right. So I'm going to say this as delicately as possible. Bryce and his Nana and sister Nana look more like siblings than they do grandmother and grandson, because he looked just as old as his Nana. Him and sister Nana seems like she'd have been a better time. Anaya's family is beautiful. Her mom actually looks like her sister, unlike, not in the same way that Kenzie and her mom look like sisters, if y'all picking up what I'm putting down. I'm just saying, I don't think I'm wrong for that. I think that it's true. I think now his mom did say copy and paste on that face. She sure did say copy and paste on that face. I just think that him and his Nana look like siblings is all that it is. I think Kenzie and her mom look like sisters. I think that Anaya and her mom look like sisters, but they don't look like sisters in the same way, if y'all know what I mean. You know what I did like? I did like watching Anaya's family and Carl's family walk in together. I think they make like a great, like, I thought it was a cute little scene. They look like they belong like on not necessarily a Sears catalog, like a Home and Garden catalog. Like they walked in for like a tea party. Yes. I loved it.
It was giving sex.
Loved it. Yeah, like I loved it. I thought it looked really good. I thought her mom looked, I thought Carl's mom looked real chic. Now I did notice Carl didn't run as hard as for Anaya the way he ran for his mama and his sister. But that's just me being a hater. So I'm gonna go ahead and be a hater about that. Y'all, I'll give a damn. I'll give a damn. He didn't run that hard when Anaya came back from her girls' date. He ran real hard. Them titties was jiggling when he went and run to his mama and his sister. I'm just saying. But I thought that they were cute. I thought the moment was cute. I did the husband whole thing made me because the way y'all, not y'all, because you know y'all are smart, y'all have brain cells, but the way people have been like, oh, TT and KC, it's too soon for them to be closed off, but she over there thinking that man husband material, and they've been together what, a whole 7 days, but she thinking husband material. Like, but y'all gonna think that I'm strange if I say shit like that, because you know it is, and it just adds to the pile of protection of complexion. I'm just saying. Sincere, I think your stepdaddy, the man who identifies as your father, because that man claimed that man as his son. So it is what it is. He's losing his hairline because he recognizes that you act just like him. That man ain't got no hairline, and you were staring at your future, sir. If you don't stop with the full shit, then you gonna lose your hair just like your daddy. All them bundles gonna go away. Just like Diana came back and snatched William's hairline.
Oh my God, Gigi, I was thinking the same thing. I was like,
listen,
I've seen this story
the way
before.
Diana snatched, she reached across the ether and snatched William's hairline. All them lies you keep telling Melanie, all her ancestors, you can't tell me that her mama ain't back at that hotel running a ritual on your ass. And them bundles gonna go. She in that hotel room running a ritual. I know she could find some candles in Fiji. She could find some candles in a goat in Fiji. I'm sure she can.
A goat, please.
I'm just saying.
Santa Maria is being spoken to. You will be
Listen, I'm just saying, y'all. She find good exactly. Them good candles. Don't be surprised if his name is under a nice block. I'm just saying. His draws,
cutting.
her mama said that his drawers ain't good enough to bury in the yard. No spaghetti for you, sir. No spaghetti for you, because that shit is weird. Like, you just pack it up. Dylan and Kenzie, the mayonnaise made me sick. Sorry, y'all were boring. I don't eat that much mayo. The mayonnaise was making me sick. Y'all can go home. Was not a fan. Zach, I think your sister needs to shut the fuck up. There it is. I think your sister needs to shut the fuck up. Like, just shut the fuck up, because who are you to call Kate aloud? Like, the passive aggressive. I wasn't a fan of it. You were being passive aggressive as fuck, and I didn't like it. Like, shut the fuck up. Just like your brother, shut the fuck up. Shut the fuck up. Because I didn't need to hear that shit from you. Kata, really quickly, I'm glad your mama clocked you about the whole situationship thing, because you are giving that you're not beating those allegations that I laid against you about your daddy's first family being in Haiti. You are literally making excuses for that man the same way your mom probably made excuses for your daddy. I'm just saying. Your daddy's first family in Haiti, you're the other family. Because the way you sitting here trying to explain away the situationship, child, I don't get it. But that's all.
I think that's a great point. I'm going to highlight this comment. That was British humor motivated by microaggressions. I'm going to remind you all, I know that y'all saw Charlie get a beard and your little cooter cats got wet and you forgot, but we wasn't fucking with that man because he was a goddamn fascist, okay? Mm-hmm. Apple, meat, fucking tree. I need y'all to clock the fuck in sometimes, all right? Like, come on. Somebody being cute and having a drag moment don't mean you forget who the fuck they are, all right? He did that one little thing.
And really quickly, thank you, Mama Harvey, for clocking your child for being a shitty ass friend and not sticking to her Virgo roots and telling your friend about and then for you to sit here like a little fucking bird, like you and Trinity over there chirping in the fucking trees.
That's what I was gonna bring up.
Talking about, oh, well, you know he done been through a lot. Bitch, shut the fuck up. I can't stand watching an unhealed Virgo. You out here embarrassing the hell out of September Virgos. I can't with you, girl. Tighten up.
Wait, she's a September Virgo? I was hoping she was August. I wanted to blame her on August.
Virgo. That's why I be so fucking mad at her.
Because like I'm a Scorpio and all my friends are September Virgos and they're not that.
I know, but that's what happens when we don't go to therapy and actually listen to our therapists and their practices. Like, God damn it, stop embarrassing us.
Sick.
I'm gonna
what does the guy
fantasy
say
about Charlie for y'all?
Sick, what did the guy say? That was the same thing. I want you to tell us what the guy said. That was the same thing that we heard Anaya saying to her friend when her friend was boo-hooing, crying, talking about wanting to leave her relationship and being told that she was picked was not enough. What did they say that was the same? I'll wait.
Charlie looks like the Beast from the Beauty and the Beast live action. Y'all need to stop playing. And yes, he looks better than
Go
the
to
human
bed.
version.
Why would
but
you
still.
say that?
Because he does.
Bad Maferda. No.
So all that to say, we should not be surprised by Charlie's sister's comment. We should not be surprised by Charlie's sister's comment because we knew who Charlie was. We've watched Zach all season. If you chose to pay attention, maybe you were one of the distracted people, but we should not be surprised by his sister's comment. I'm going to remind you again that motherfucker is the same. She came downstairs and said, Zach, let's go talk. Oh, why are you being so aggressive? You're having a go at me. Oh my God. The fuck? Behind Let's Go Talk? Yes, please. Yeah. So you should not, that was a microaggression. You should not have been shocked by his fucking sister saying what she said, y'all. If any of you were shocked.
And didn't TT say when she was trying to do that look, when he was trying to help with the little scavenger hunt? Oh, I know something because you don't talk to me.
She said you don't talk to me at all, so I know something.
She clocked it. She was like, you don't talk to me.
And I'm gonna say one last thing, and then I swear I'm gonna shut up. Well, actually, I'm gonna say two things. So I'm about to be an asshole too. The fact that Casey and TT keep talking about the journey that they've had in that villa, they talked about how the whole villa was against them. Oh, y'all need to get to 150K by 50 after the hour. You have 8 minutes. How they talked about the whole villa being against them. Like, part of what I think is making TT and KC feel so locked in so quick. Yes, is like the attraction and all that. Yeah, sure. Not that I'm trying to minimize that, right? But it's the fact that they feel like all they have is each other in that motherfucker. And if you feel like it has to be you and your person against every fucking body, it's gonna make you feel tighter. You know what I'm saying? So it's like, I think they engage with the Islanders to an extent, but they know nobody's really fucking with them like that. You know what I'm saying? And so because all they have are each other, that's why they're locked the fuck in like that. And so, you know, I'll give my thoughts about what we might see. Well, it's not a trauma bond. I'm just gonna correct that, because a trauma bond would be if he had traumatized her or she had traumatized him. It's basically a bond to your abuser. But they are bonded around a traumatic experience, right? Like if you had gotten into a car accident with someone, or, you know, you had a near redaction experience with someone, you all might be bonded by that traumatic experience. And I do think that part of isolation is going to feel traumatic, guys. No matter how you feel about Casey, isolation is going to feel traumatic. The way that, and I don't really give a fuck how people feel about it, the way that them girls talked to him for days after that fucking recoupling. And now the fact that Corbin is gone, yeah, the trauma bond would be them two, Truth Teller. Okay, the last thing I'm going to say is, Sick, I asked you to give me an example of what the guy said that was what Anaya said, and what we should be whacking them about with that. I want to know, you haven't given me an example yet. I just wanted to remind you in case you forgot. I am waiting. All right, Nikki, please go ahead and give me your thoughts.
So going into Family Day, my expectations are always low when it comes to the parentals, because most of the time they don't say what needs to be said. We even have an example of Miss Felicia actually slipping last season. She was just like, I don't want to talk, I can't talk about that, but she let it slip. So I didn't have much expectations. I expect these parents to come in and hype each other up. That's why I was just it was refreshing, at least in my opinion. And I hear what you all are saying, but I'm glad that at least they didn't, Sincere's family didn't come in and just off the rip being like, you know, I support you. I don't like what you did. I know this completely. This is not you. Like, I do think that embarrassment of, you know, how he behaved really played or drove that conversation. And I can also see it from your perspective. Okay. So that enough about the dad. What really, oh God, I hate that Casey's mom is, you know, being subjected to the BS, really. Because there's a lot of family members I can point out that did not say the full truth about how they feel, about how certain things. I was happy that Anaya's mom called out what we have been saying about her them being a bad friend to her by not saying the truth. The unfortunate thing about it is that, you know, they are not clocking why she, you know, would have said, you know, Team Sincere. That I wanted them to talk about that. And I'm glad that when Melanie had that talk with Anaya and Trinity, that she was just like, I wish I would have known this information earlier. What am I supposed to do with it now? My family had to come in and your mom had to come in and tell you that you weren't being a good friend, and then to go and watch these two after having that talk still be Team Sincere. I mean, it's just frustrating. I don't like to have to talk about two black women, you know, on this show. But I mean, if we're being honest, do you want friendship? Do y'all have friendships like that in real life? I just never, I don't have people in my life that let me off the hook that way and will call me out on my shit. And I'm so appreciative of it because I grew up, you know, I was able to clock a lot of things around her age that I probably wouldn't if I stayed in a silo. And I don't fear, I feel like that conversation was performative. I think if her mother never brought it up, she would never have said anything to Melanie. And I find that to be very troubling and very problematic. Listen, if Anaya is happy with Carl for the meantime, have fun, be with her, eventually she will have to say the truth to herself because it's not going to work out in her favor. She's going to want something, you know, hopefully she will want to grow and be a better version of what she saw. Well, I hope she sees this and become a better version of herself, her and Trinity. I wish that so much for them because I do think that they have really great qualities. They're beautiful women. There's no denying that. But for the bar to be so lowered, especially in the Nicolandria community and what we supported, I just don't see how you can look at that and then watch Bryce and Trinity talk about nothing. I learned more about him this episode than I've heard the entire 6 weeks. And the only thing we see about them is talking shit about other people, watching other couples talk everything about other couples. We saw it, like them skulking, watching Melanie and Sincere's. Like, that's fucking weird, y'all. If that's the only thing we see, and a repetitiveness of, I like you, I really like you. Oh, you look beautiful. Thank you. I find you attractive. Thank you. I do too. I'm so glad. I love this connection. Like, you all, really? That's all you're going off of? We haven't been showing anything. And not to mention what you said, the age gap thing. Congratulations, everybody. You have just set us back even further in terms of how we progress and grow in our womanhood, especially for Black women. Y'all have set us back yet again, and y'all have shown the puppet masters that all you need is a Black woman with somebody not Black. And your slip is showing, if you will, when it comes to who you rooted for last year. Your slip is showing.
That's real church talk, Nikki.
Come on. I grew up in it. Daddy's a pastor. Because under no circumstances should a 30-year-old, and Trinity, the way she talks, like, stop, don't let us not forget. I said this last time in Bad's Live, in order for you to be chosen, you have to be an option. Bryce had no options. As a matter of fact, he talked so much more about, to the other guys about sneaking in comments about Kata this whole season. And, given, this performance about him and Trinity, having this strong connection. Can I see it? Can y'all start demanding that? Can you? Because cheapening a Black woman's experience because you have misandry is not going to ever work for me. It's not going to ever work for me. So, I'm going to end it there. But that conversation after Melanie, they had with Melanie, and then the two of them privately really pissed me off. You've learned nothing. You think you've done absolutely. And this is what a lack of accountability on all sides get you. It gets you, I know for sure, coming out this villa because of the puppet masters and y'all falling for there were no crumbs to be found. No crumbs at all. And because there's a whole bunch of people now, y'all, that fell for it, we're going to get a cheapening of finding Black women that want true love.
I do think that. So listen, I'm gonna say two things, and then I'm gonna go to the rest of the panel. Number one, when Nikki was making the observation and the critique around what it means to be a good friend and how Anaya did not show up that way. Here's the thing. You all saying in the comments that it's not on Anaya to tell Melanie what to do. Well, duh, babe, right? Like, duh. Melanie does need to make her own choices. But you as a friend, when your friend is broken, you're watching her broken in front of you. And your response is, I'm team sincere. I'm always going to be team sincere. That's fucking weird. That's fucking weird. Stop acting like if you was at your homegirl's house breaking down about your cheating ass man, you would want to hear them say, girl, I'm still rooting for him. The fuck? Melanie literally said out loud to these fucking women, I don't want to keep hearing, well, he chose you. He chose you. Because that's what them bitches been saying all them fucking weeks. She don't want to hear that shit no more. So it's not about saying, Melanie, you should leave him. But it is about validating her fucking feelings and being like, babe, I hear you. I'm going to support you no matter what. Yes, I love Sincere, but I hear what you're saying to me. And I don't want you to be hurt either. All you have to do was validate, because what Melanie needed, and I've talked about this in a video actually, what Melanie needed was external validation. Do I think she should need external validation? No. But that is what she needed, because she's 23, right? She needed external validation of her feelings, and she did not receive it from anyone all fucking season. They kept telling her, at least you got fucking picked. Right. That's weird.
Double down.
That picked me. That's picked me.
And it's okay. It is okay for the mom to say they're 23. I just said that, Peter. It is okay for Anaya's mom to say you're not being a good friend by lying to that girl and backing that man despite how your friend feels. It's okay for the mom to say that. And it's okay because it's okay for us to fucking agree with that, which we've been saying that already before the mom even got to the island and said it. But her mama agrees with us too, actually. And it's okay for us to say, and it's weird that as soon as everybody fucking left out the villa, y'all went and canoodled in a corner and talked about how you still rooting for that man Sincere. Because, they just don't know him how we know him.
That is what I'm talking about, Tina. I was actually like, okay, when she said Mama Harvey ain't always right, I can tell you that. But when she said, my mom, said this, blah, 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 I was just like, finally some accountability. And then you shot it all to hell when you went behind her back and said the exact opposite thing that you took accountability for.
We don't, Crisco, we don't know him how they know him, but you know enough about that motherfucker to know he been lying in that girl's face all goddamn summer.
That's all I'm saying.
They didn't know him like thought they knew him. They found out on movie night how bad he was.
Correct.
So let's be clear. No one knows him. Everybody was shocked to the point that Corbin voted for him to get out the house because he was like, you was lying so much to me. Like, let's be clear. Nobody knows Sincere. That's been everybody's point.
Yeah,
Sincere
Corbin
doesn't know
was real
Sincere.
upset. Right, Corbin was upset that he was lying like that, and he was like, "You ain't gotta move like that. If that's how you gonna move, then I don't want to be a part of that." Because he was like, "You gotta
Especially
be in
because he
here
always
taking
talks to the boys about honesty.
Yeah, I think he shocked.
And here's
That's true. I think he shocked everybody, but also to the point to where they didn't see everything.
Hi, Sam.
So-
and here's the thing. Here's the thing for me, y'all. Here's the thing for me. Listen, I just need y'all to clock the fuck in. I need y'all to stop acting like, ooh, y'all, I'm activated. I need y'all to stop, and I'm not trying to whack you for real, but stop acting like every time we mention a behavior or make a critique that it means that we fucking hate a person. Please stop doing that. If you need your person that you like to be without fault, then this is not the space for you. You're not going to like it here. It's going to make you unhappy.
Corbin mentioned, Crisco mentions in the chat, Corbin wanted Melanie. That's why. If you actually ever listen to what Corbin said, he actually never brought up Melanie. He said, you lied to me and
Correct.
you created destruction in your couple, but you lied to me. So
And
it had
had
nothing
me
to do
out
with
here looking like-
crazy. It had nothing to do with Melanie. I think you guys need to listen to when people talk. He never brought up Melanie. In fact, when Melanie came to him for advice, he said to her, it's not my place to tell you what to do. He came to Sincere with his own issues with Sincere.
Yes. And y'all, I actually don't want the mods to block them because I don't want to keep you out of a conversation that actually could be beneficial to you. It is okay to say that we wasn't fucking with that, actually. That's weird, and that actually doesn't prioritize her friend. Because that's a factual statement. And the thing is, even Trinity said, if she fucking with him, then cool, I'm fucking with it. If she's not, then I'm not. Right? Even that would have been better than I'm Team Sincere, bitch, I'm always going to be Team Sincere. Team Sincere, Team Sincere. That even would have been better than what they gave to her. And that's okay to say that's fucking weird. When Kata said, can we be Team Melanie's feelings? That's what them girls needed to focus around rather than like trying to, because actually they were giving her advice. They were telling her what to do. It was just bad fucking advice. It was bad fucking advice. So it's not about them not helping Melanie to make a decision because they were doing that. They were just telling her to make the decision that didn't consider her fucking self.
Yeah, and the accountability that Anaya's mama gave her was that you are downplaying his impact and what he was doing to your friend. And that was because of the fact that, I mean, I don't know what her affinity to Sincere is, but it was very much so the fact that she was downplaying what he was doing. And the moment that it was something against her, she was up and upset. And needed him to take full accountability when it was KC. Yeah. So I feel like she could see it when it was him, but she didn't see it. She can't see it when it's Sincere. I'm not understanding that either.
Which is like wild to me, because in most instances, in my experience, like how Melanie said, what if your daughter said that to you, right? In most instances, people can see it for other people more than they can see it for themselves. So I actually do think that it is interesting that it's the inverse in this situation.
Yeah,
Andy, what did you want to add? Oh, sorry. What did you want to say, Angie, real quick, and then I'm going to let y'all have it again.
Oh, yeah. I fear this is coming from a place where people don't take lying as serious as it is. People take lying very lightheartedly, which is lying is deception. The same way lying leads to cheating. It's the same. It's the same thing that people don't even take cheating seriously anymore. It's like something that just happens to anybody. People could die from heartbreak. You guys know that, right? You could kill somebody by
That.
It's it
by
unalive.
shit. My bad. I'm
Tony.
Okay, mama. People literally could, redact from being deceived like this. So stop taking it lightly. It's not just he lied. He was deceitful. He lied to everybody. Nobody knew who Sincere was until he showed up on that screen. Imagine living with somebody for a month and then you still don't know who they are, the things they're saying around. You literally putting your trust in them and telling them your business, but the whole time they're telling you half truths. This is deception. This is more than just lying.
And I also need us to just like, I'm not trying to be like, no, maybe I am being shady. Honestly, y'all are looking at Melanie's face. You're looking in her eyes and you're like, it's fine if the girls are telling her, like, that's okay to you. Melanie told us on week 2, I've been crying all week. And I said, y'all just got here. What is she crying about? Y'all just got here. What is she crying? She been crying since she got into that goddamn villa.
All summer.
But the girl saying like, baby, stay with him. At least he picked you. He chose you. That's enough. We actually should not want this for girls, y'all. We should not want girls to be like, at least he picked me. That's weird.
When you call yourself a feminist, though.
It's really interesting for people to be like, well, her village, her people shouldn't also be telling her what's right or what's wrong, because the villa shows us what the outside world is like, right? And if the people inside the villa are echoing these things, what makes you think that in the outside world, this is not the reason why we have these patterns, why people are allowed to do this, why we see so many people in toxic relationships? It's because the same way they're running around the villa like, oh, but he's a nice guy then, blah, 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 is the same way people are getting dogged out in real life. And because the guy is charming, they're like, oh, but girl, give him a chance. Like, he's so good with the kids. The family loves him. That's why this happens. It's not just in the villa.
Majestic Babe,
that's why we have this discourse.
Yeah, that's exactly why we have this discourse, right? Like, we're using the Islanders as a way to talk about it, but it's because this shit happens in the real world. I've been talking to y'all about this age gap shit all summer. What you also need to fucking realize is it's a normalization of trad wife shit. Can you clock the fuck in? Because he's taking care of you. He's coming home at night, babe. It doesn't matter what the fuck he's doing outside of here. He knows where home
he's bringing in a check every month. You're fed. You're clothed.
He's being a provider. I need y'all to clock the fuck in. Y'all be on. Like, come on, y'all. Y'all been getting picked.
The reason why they can't clock the fuck in is because they're all in that mentality of it's never that serious.
Okay, you know what? Fair.
Yeah, they never go deep in. They never see past the surface. It's never that serious. It's just a villa. It's never that serious. So now they can never go deep in. They can never do these introspective kind of work. They can't do it.
What's funny to me is that you'll have girls like Trinity who look at the Kata situation and be like, that couldn't be me, which, in all fairness, like, Zach is playing the game, but the situation has nuance because of the villa. But you can look at a situation like Melanie and Sincere, which is clear cut black and white, and be like, no, he's trying. No, he's done his time. He's good. So it's like, y'all are all birds. I couldn't be me, Kata, but you could be Sincere, Melanie, and see, because objectively, Kata and Zach saying what they're saying, taking away what we think Zach's intentions are, makes a lot more sense than what Melanie and Sincere are going through.
I said this to y'all early days, and I swear I'm gonna shut up. I made a whole fucking video about Melanie and Sincere and Anaya and KC, and I talked about everybody's individual journey, and I said to you all, what KC and Anaya are navigating is actually normal couple shit. How do we communicate? What's our love languages? How do we like to resolve conflict? Like, all of that is shit I would expect you to be navigating early days of a relationship. That's not that shocking to me. What Melanie and Sincere were navigating is not fucking normal couple shit. You should not be navigating, is my man gonna lie in my face and then go and kiss the girl down that he just told me he don't actually have no interest in? I told y'all that shit is not fucking normal. And yet here they are in our villa at the last fucking week because too many of you all will not admit that actually that it could be you. It is you, some of you, right? And I don't mean just y'all in the live. Y'all know that I'm talking generally, right? But like, I just need us to be honest with ourselves, you know, and be willing to look at shit. It's too many people that don't want to do their fucking shadow work for real, for real. Y'all don't want to get curious about why the fuck you're triggered. You just want to punish people for triggering you. Enough of y'all are not actually getting curious about what's happening for you as you're ingesting this content. But whatever. Bag, go ahead and give me your thoughts, my love. It don't gotta be deep. I know we went hella deep.
I don't even know. Well, first, what I'm gonna say is I'm so tired of, oh, they're young though. No. I'm tired of that. I am the same age or younger than a lot of these girls. And a lot of this is just basic self-respect. They do not have self-respect because no self-respecting person would allow these men or even their friends to treat them the way that these people in this villa are treating them. Sorry, that's how I feel. Also, this flock, terrible group of friends. They are horrible friends. They are the friends that will allow their little birdie friend to jump out the tree knowing they don't know how to fly yet. That's who they are. Like, they give terrible advice, and then they come back, and after it doesn't work out, they say, you know what, I'm sorry, I was wrong, and then they turn around and talk about each other behind their back. You know, I still think what I said. I said what I said, but I can't tell her that. Terrible friends. Horrible. Let me get to Sincere's daddy, and let me get my picture up.
Hold on, let me rearrange the way we're shown so that your picture can be big. Hold on. Oh shit.
It's talking. Sincere's daddy is Pinocchio if he lost hair every time he lied instead of grew his nose. That's who he is. And he is also that man that stole Woody story too. Dang, why is it not coming up? Listen, I'll get it in a minute. I'm not even gonna worry about it. But
Do you want the Toy Story picture?
yes, that's what I want.
Okay.
And so, anyway, my next thing, Bryce and Trinity. When Trinity keeps on saying that every time they have a conversation, Bryce gives her a different outlook on things. Oh, he makes me think about it from a different perspective. No, he's manipulating you, honey. He's manipulating you because he's 30 and you're 22. And you think he knows better than you because he's 30, but he's immature and works on garbage trucks. He has no life advice to give you. Because if he did, he would not be here on Love Island asking a 22-year-old to be his girlfriend. I don't really understand what the confusion is with that. It's very strange. Never in my life at this age would I allow a 30-year-old man without a stable income to ask me to be his girlfriend. Absolutely not. Because why are you talking to me? Why are you talking to me? You have no reason to talk to me. Zach and Kata, my God, that girl is not smart. The amount of times that man has been passive aggressive to her, withheld breakfast from her, made jokes about loving her, he is absolutely diabolical. And I don't know how she's not seeing it. And now your mother has come in and told you that he's not ready to commit to you. That if you are exclusive, that means boyfriend or girlfriend, and you're still not getting it. Still not getting it. I'm confused. I'm just wondering why, like, what is the disconnect with these girls? That they miss the point every single time. They never get the point. Anaya and Carl, You found your Prince Charming. Good for you. Good for you. I mean, I don't see it really working out past this because y'all have nothing in common and you don't like to be touched by that man. But hey, if it gets you through the show, good for you. Her mom, I don't really have much to say. I was glad she told her she was being a bad friend, but also she was giving her a lot of ammo to like feel like she was in the right the entire time she's been in the villa, other than that friendship situation, which I feel like was misguidance because no, you were not correct a majority of the time. You have things to work on. And that's all I'll say for now because they irritated me today. Oh, wait. I love Sister Granny. She was hilarious. Bob Ross tease. She ate down. Keep her. Get rid of Bryce. Get rid of Wig. Keep Granny. Keep Granny. No invites to the cookout, though. That was crazy.
That was crazy.
No.
That was crazy. Never are we doing that.
They invited them to the
Never are we
cookout.
doing that.
Shut the fuck up. You're not invited to the cookout.
Oh, also, he was so dramatic when her mom's like, the Trinity I dropped off at the airport is not the same. You've grown so much in 5 weeks. Oh, that was beautiful. Shut up. You're so dramatic. Get off my screen.
That's why that girl
Ebony-
was giving head in back of the damn car and you ain't noticed. Shut up, Gigi.
Ebony, it was the whole family. They're all so hot. Go ahead, Nikki.
Can we switch? No, I was just saying, can we switch Bryce out with Granny? Because Granny would have had a great time. Like, Granny wouldn't have been closed off with anybody. You hear me? And she would have been straight up about it.
Granny would have
I'm
left the
not saying.
villa in a make it work couple at the end. Child.
Absolutely.
Yeah, Granny was the bomb. Granny was hilarious.
Would Granny have been like a Kenzie?
No, cause Granny ain't gonna lie to you about the shit, and Granny ain't feeling bad about it.
Granny is a Corbin. Let's be honest.
Yes, exactly. December, my nana got a friend too, child.
You know how they get down in them old folks' homes. The stats on the STDs,
I know. Sister
we saw
Granny
that
is a
in COVID.
problem child. I know Sister
We
Granny
saw
a
that
problem
during
child in that home.
COVID came out, and honey, them old folks' home came out with the stats of STDs. And I said,
Listen.
"Oh, y'all getting down like that?
Y'all
They
can't convince
Florida,
me that
Gigi.
Sister Granny ain't a problem child at that damn home.
I just thought of another thing. One more thing. Mel and Sincere gives early Real Housewives of Atlanta partial. Cordell is not perfect by far.
Girl."
And guess what? They end up divorcing. Now she got a whole new body.
And guess who
See
he
Mel
with?
in a month.
And guess what he doing?
I don't know.
Oh, Corbin. I'm not Corbin. What's his
Cordell.
name? Cordell. That was his name? Cordell?
Yeah.
Damn, it's been so long. Honey, he had allegations that the boys came out.
Oh, yeah, I
Just
did hear
saying.
about that.
Oh, about him being like a gay man or something.
Yeah.
That's old though, ain't it? Is that not old? Okay, it don't matter. Anyway, we're not about to get on that. Okay, I will say, I'm actually about to go back and watch that scene to confirm, Ebony, but I believe you are correct because I remember being like, again, that was my initial reaction. So I think yes. To clarify, Bryce is not a sanitation worker, y'all. He says that he fixes garbage trucks on the side. He is doing hustle culture. He said to make ends meet. So no, that man is not bringing
If he
home no
was
bank.
doing sanitation, he would not be wondering how to pay his rent. Sanitation makes good ass money. They work for the city. Please.
Right. So no,
They
y'all,
do.
we're not talking about Cordell and Serena. We were talking about Cordell from early seasons of Housewives with Portia. Don't make me call Portia. Okay. So anywho, just to clarify, the man is not a sanitation worker. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been talking about how he feels insecure too about his positioning in life.
But he is a DJ.
He is a DJ. He's a DJ. He fixes garbage trucks on the side. He is a model.
A Tubi actor.
A Tubi actor.
He's not even a DJ like that. When they were like, we could see him bringing Trinity to DJ sets all over, I was like, oh my God.
Granny is a fan. That's all I'm going to say.
She a fan. Okay.
Y'all gonna leave Sister Granny alone.
Child. Yeah, he I do a little bit of everything. Anyway. Well, now, yeah. I guess December, yeah. Now, yes. Because Nick was not DJing before he came into the villa.
You know who Bryce is? Bryce is Tommy from Martin.
Please, Tommy, what you got? Man, you know where I work.
Got no job. Tommy.
Bryce ain't got no job.
Bryce is like Nick. Nick got a degree, honey.
Nick has a degree and multiple jobs.
Nick doesn't have DJ. Nick has a license. He is a registered nurse. Please,
we not about to do Nick with y'all in the comments. We all think. I mean, what I think is that Kata and Zach and we all know Kenzie and Dayla. What's his name? Dylan. Shit. I think they're just talking about the DJ part, y'all. Not that he's like Nick. They're saying he's a DJ like how Nick is. But yes, but Nick wasn't a DJ when he came into the villa initially. Okay.
Asking about who's getting dumped because I think Reality Steve said that he thinks that TT and Casey are getting dumped.
Who's Reality Steve?
He's a guy that does a bunch of predictions / insider info when it comes to reality TV. He does it for The Bachelorette especially. He started off with The Bachelor and The Bachelorette.
I mean, how often is he right? Is the question. 'Cause
Pretty
you can say it all you want, but we won't know till tomorrow.
No, he's off. He's usually right. I'm gonna be honest.
I mean, I honestly feel like because Kenzie got that extra video, because remember last year when Shelly got a message from her mom and the next day they went home.
I honestly
Immediate next day.
Yeah, I feel like so I have a couple of theories about the voting and then we're going to go back to the panel, but I felt like part of the reason why they said, "Oh, go ahead and choose your top 4" is because they knew that if people had to choose between one or the other, they were going to choose Brinity over Zeta because they share a fan base. And by letting people vote for their top 4, they didn't have to split their vote. Now, some people may not have been fucking with Zeta, though, because of how they feel about Zach. Finally, people are seeing some things about him, or how they felt about how her and Trinity were dealing with each other. But that was my theory initially. But I feel like Kata's face in that preview, it looks like how she looked when they weren't in the top 4.
I agree. And also on Twitter, like yesterday and right after the vote, it was a lot of people who are like Core 4 fans who did not vote for Kata and Zach. They just kept pushing them out. And they were adding Kenzie and Dylan in there. Ugh.
I just also want to clock for y'all that when Melanie and Sincere are sitting there and she's looking at him, telling him how he better fix it. You know, you can't do this. You better fix it. Mama, that man is not making eye contact with her. He don't give a fuck. He just trying to
that face that he showed when she was talking about you gonna have to work, it let me know he ain't working.
He looked pissed.
Y'all about this
face say, here this bitch go again.
He ain't working. That man tired of being fussed at. He not working.
He looks scared of me because it's like, who's gonna do all of that?
Right.
Do y'all want to see the last the scene, the preview and what I'm talking about with Kata's face? Yes. Okay.
Sure.
Yeah.
Okay. Let me expand myself, y'all. Hold on. Oh, I'm gonna scoot closer. Hold on. Sorry. Okay. Oop, not my shit pop lock and dropping. Okay. Y'all saw it?
Yeah, the hand
I
went
think
to the
it looked
mouth
like
immediately.
Yeah.
It was
Them
disbelief.
lips was
She's in
turned.
shock.
Yep, them lips were turned down.
And she's only going to be shocked for one of two reasons. She's going home or Trinity's going home. That's the only way.
And we know
And I don't
Trinity's
even think
not
she'll
going
cry for
home.
Trinity.
I don't think that Kata would cry for anyone. That's why I don't think that's why I don't think that it's about a friend, y'all. I truly don't. And maybe I'm just considering her to be heartless, but the way that she acted about not being in the top 4, I just don't trust. Oh, I'm sorry. I just don't trust that she's actually crying for anybody, y'all. I don't know if I believe that.
I wonder what made them use a fortune cookie.
I don't think any of them care enough for Casey and TT to have that reaction. That was a
Definitely
visceral
not.
reaction.
Yeah.
Definitely not.
None of them care about them. They would even low-key be a little bit happy. They might smile a little bit.
Yeah, because it would be confirmation
Y'all,
of
Kenzie
what
is
they've
not
been
saying.
saying.
Exactly.
Kenzie
They would
is not.
finally be like,
Kenzie's
good,
not a
America's on our side.
question. Y'all, Kenzie is not a question. Like we're not even debating that. Kenzie and Dylan are going home.
Absolutely.
Kenzie and Dylan do not have a big enough fan base for that girl. She has been in the bottom every time we've been able to vote. She is going home. So the only question is, who else is going home? Oh, hold on.
Oh my God.
Why is that so accurate?
You mad.
Oh, where did you get that?
Oh, bad.
It was accurate thing I've ever seen. He should have come in with glasses on.
That is to a T what we saw. And I was looking at it the whole time too.
This was my first thought.
Okay, well, yeah, I used Kenzie because I was trying to knock out Zeta. But yeah, y'all, I think Kenzie and Dylan are going home. I don't think that's gonna be a shock to anybody. I think it's gonna be Zeta. Because I just don't think that she would cry for anyone else. I think she'd be maybe sad, but I don't think she'd cry. Maybe I'm wrong. But I think the only person she would I don't even think she would cry for Trinity for real. I think she would cry for Trinity as Trinity was packing her stuff, but I don't think she would be. Yes, 2 couples are going home. Yeah. She ain't crying for Melanie. She's not crying for Melanie, y'all.
She's showing.
Sorry, guys. I don't think
She don't
that.
give 2 damns about Melanie, y'all. Let's be clear.
Never.
Right. And as
They didn't
much
even
as
bring her for the conversation upstairs. She didn't care about her.
right. And then as much as we've seen, even that Mel and Sincere was still safe after everything that America has seen.
Right.
They were still safe from the last vote. I'm pretty sure people still gonna keep them in the final 4.
Y'all, it is, yes, Kenzie and Dylan, but it is 2 couples going home tomorrow. 2 couples going home tomorrow. Okay. Danny, please go ahead and give me your thoughts, my love.
Trinity and Bryce, I'm not moved. Your granny was like somewhat cute. Thought she was a little weird for that hideaway comment. I do believe he said something about the way she reaffirms me once again. Insecure man as per usual. Do I have anything else to whack him about today? I don't think so. They had the same Barney and me conversation that they always had after their family, and then they went in the corner and gossiped. Again, I do find it interesting that we hear more about Bryce when he talks to other people than we ever hear him talk about with Trinity. But that's y'all couple that y'all gonna let win. And I and Carl don't really have any like strong feelings. Cute. I did like how her mama called her out for being a bad friend because she was. Casey and TT also very cute. I do find the relationship that TT's having with Melanie also cute. I feel like what happened, Tina?
I just want to confirm, Ebony, it was what we thought. Melanie talks about how they're beautiful, and Carl says they're both so hot. So yes, you are correct. He does make this statement about Kata's family. Okay, go ahead, Danny. Sorry.
No, you're fine. I do think I do find it interesting that TT has been gravitating towards Melanie as a friend. That's just been something that's been interesting. I think Melanie is probably the only one who's like really nice to her. Who else was there? Kenzie and Dylan, I don't care. Who else was there before I get to the main couple? Who else was there? Oh, Kata and Zach.
Mm-hmm.
Kata's parents gave me what everyone thought Melanie's parents were going to give. They came in there and her mama and her sister do not like Zach, but they were putting on a farce for the money, for the game, whatever, because the families did not blend well at all. I also thought, I know that everyone was clocking Zach's sister for what she said about Kata being loud. I actually clocked her before that. I thought it was very odd that she kept trying to force Zach to say he was in love with Kata, and he kept telling her he wasn't, and he wasn't going to say that. And she was like, I just think that you're scared. You are in love. And he was like, I'm not. I'm not in love. I like her though. And I just thought it was weird that you kept trying to get your brother to act on camera to say he was in love with that girl for money. Baby, the vote's already in. It don't matter at this point. He's getting kicked off the show. So thought that was weird. Charlie was Charlie, which is always annoying. But yeah, Kitty, your mama and your sister don't like that man. And when you get off the plane to come back home, they're gonna tell you that they don't like that man. Melanie and Sincere. Shout out to Melanie's mama and her sister, because they did what I thought they was going to do. I never thought it was going to work, but I did hope that they were going to come in. Melanie took her sister's face, and she said, listen to me. Listen to me. That man is playing you. You need to run. Sister came in from the jump. She said, listen here, beloved. I'm not listening to none of the garbage you speaking right now. I don't want to hear none of it. When she was like, I'm really trying to give him another chance. Mama popped up in English. She said, how many chances you gonna give him? I said, oh, not mama speaking English. She said, I want it known on camera. How many chances you gonna give him? She was like, no, mama, hush, hush. No, Melanie, no, hush. You need to hear this. They pulled her to the side and they were like, girl, no. Baby, you can't bring him home because we not accepting it. Sincere does this thing. I said it earlier. I cannot stand when people keep responding while you're talking, to shut you up, and two, they're not listening to a thing he said. He sat there while his dad was talking and he didn't hear a thing he said, probably because he probably wanted to say, I learned it from you. So what are you talking to me for? Because the way his daddy was chatting, he was just zoning out. Sincere does not listen. I'm telling you, if he grew up in a Caribbean household, a backhand in his mouth, just constantly over talking people to be like, yeah, no, I get it. No, you don't. No, you don't. Melanie, I knew she wasn't going to listen, but it's like she's fighting with her own, she's fighting to prove that she's right. And she knows she's wrong. And I found the conversation at the end interesting with her and Sincere, because she kept saying to him, it's going to be hard work. It's going to be hard work. I don't want you to just say it. Like, I want you to be able to, like, don't be a people pleaser. It's going to be hard work. And I felt like in that moment, like, I could be wrong, but I was like, Melanie, you want him to do the labor for you. You can't do it yourself. You know that you're weak in the knees and you can't do it yourself, because don't tell me you don't know this man runs from hard work. Because as soon as he was like, no, I'm going to do it. And then it really started to click to him what that meant. And then you just see him zone out and realize, yeah, I ain't doing this. That man finna run. Girl, wrap it up. Your mama says she don't like that man. Your sister says she don't like that man. That man is not coming home. As Gigi said, your mother went back to her country and a candle is lit for Santa Maria. He's not coming home. And I don't know what's not clocking to you. The conversation that she had with the girls, I'm glad she said it to them. It's kind of hard to take y'all seriously when y'all sat up in my face and screamed Team Sincere. And the only person who didn't at first was Kata, when she was like, well, how about Team Melanie's feeling, but then Kate is a bird, so when she saw flowers, she became on Team Sincere.
One flower,
but she was like, man, I wish Zach would have done that for me. I said, and this is how you know this age gap is too young. They're at the age where anything that you throw at these girls, if it's a pancake, a flower, they then clap. But I'm glad she told them, like, you sat up in my face for weeks and said Team Sincere, so color me surprised, and I don't want to take y'all seriously when you're now, because your mama came in, that you're singing a different tune. The only person who didn't was Miss Cheese. Miss Cheese, who told her, and that's why she said, thank you for being a real friend. Because none of y'all are real friends. And Melanie will pass it off and be like, no, you don't have to apologize. But I know when she gets home and she's around her people, things are going to start clocking to her. And I don't know if y'all really going to be friends at the end of the day because y'all were horrible. And again, Melanie has to make her own decision. She's a grown-ass woman, but we all have come to our friends for advice, and nobody wants your friend, even if you know you're asking your friend a stupid question, to be told to get back with that man.
Well, and again, furthermore, I'm not gonna let y'all do that about them not having to like it's not about them controlling her actions. What we're saying is when they are asking her, when she's asking them directly, when you're watching her boohoo, the answer is not to jump around talking about being team the man that's hurting my fucking feelings.
And I would
that's
argue,
a simple thing to not do.
I would argue, even though people didn't like. I would argue that even though people didn't like the conversation that Melanie had with Anaya when she was like falling over in the church lady style, she did what a friend was supposed to do. Even if you didn't like what the conversation was, Melanie was a friend. She said, you don't need that man. You don't need to build up that man. You may have not liked what she said, but at the end of the day, that's something that you would tell your friend in a moment to get her up off the ground. The fact that Melanie told her in her face, I'm not letting you cry here. You're not going to do this here. Get up, get to the side, let's go. Anaya never did that for Melanie.
And I think even more to that, like, no one's saying they have to tell her to leave the man, but like the boys do it a lot better. Like when when Casey and Corbin would have those conversations where they would go back and forth. So how do you feel about this? So what do you think about that? Also, is that why you're thinking this? You don't have to tell them the answer. Just push them towards it.
So literally, y'all, I made a video, I don't know, maybe about a week ago, where I said to y'all, Anaya doesn't have friends in that villa. Similarly to Melanie, but it's because they all show up the exact same way for the other, right? They don't, I compared the difference between, and subscribers, you got a video where I compared how Casey's companions respond to him versus how Anaya's respond to her. The girls do a lot of projection onto each other. They have their own feels that then they project onto each other rather than inviting you to a space of curiosity. Corbin would ask questions. Well, does that play in your mind? Do you think about that? What do you think? Like, he would ask questions for him to get curious. Did you really forget that you said all that? Well, like they do that. Whereas the girls are like, no, that when Anaya was talking to Melanie and Trinity about, how KC had voted for Soul to stay. And she's like, because he said that she deserves a second chance. She was like, and I understand that. And Melanie was like, that would have pissed me the fuck off, and looked at Trinity and they're like, yeah, nobody asked you what you would feel, babe. I'm talking to you about what I'm going through. Bitch, just hold some fucking space for me. Hold some space for me. So what we're saying is the girl should have done that for Melanie. When you see this girl fucking breaking down, and I also want to say, well, you see her breaking down. The response is not to be like, I'm team sincere. I'm always going to be team sincere. She actually is. They are offering advice to her. And by they, it's mostly Anaya, right? But they are offering advice to her. They are telling her what to do. They're just not telling her good things to do. They're telling her he's trying. He picked you. He came back to you. It was always going to be you. He was always going to pick. They are telling her what to do. They are. It's just not good advice.
I'm interested to know. I would love to see behind the scenes of how Sincere moves in this villa, because he's the only man in this villa that somehow the girls are okay with him not taking accountability. He moves through this villa like he is the king, because for Trinity, who is up in everybody's business, got a lot to say about everybody else, for her to sit there after that conversation and be like, yeah, you know, I just feel like he really likes her. Even Carl, because I peeped Carl too. When Carl and Bryce were talking, and Carl was like, I feel like, I don't want to say he paid his dues, but he paid his dues. How did he pay his dues? Like, what is in this man's locks that he is walking around here and somehow has the whole villa possessed? And I feel like Corbin was the only person who woke up out the cloak that he had everybody in and was like, you're a liar. You gotta go. Because why is you're telling me, Trinity, you have so much smoke for KC, so much smoke for Corbin, but Sincere, and I think it all comes down, we've all said this, it all comes down to the fact that Sincere picked Melanie. Throughout it all, he picked Melanie, and they believe that being picked is the most important thing. Melanie is aware that being picked is not the most important thing, but she doesn't move like it. She still moves like being picked is the most important thing. But them other girls is like, no, he really likes her. You don't see what we see. You don't see what we see either. You got a glimpse on movie night, and that still made you guys go Team Sincere. What is wrong with y'all?
Yeah, I need y'all, like, listen, I made a video about this too. That the girls have been telling us all summer, if you chose to pay attention, that the ultimate goal was to be picked by your primary partner. Even if you go fuck around, you need to come back. We heard this with Melanie. We heard this with Anaya. We've heard this all summer if you chose to pay attention to the girls. This was further evidenced to you by Casa when Melanie and Anaya got up there and made those raving speeches about those men and then still chose the original men that they were with. It's because they have a social contract, a social agreement. I tell y'all this last summer and this summer. Every time you put people together, certain agreements get put into place. They're not necessarily verbal, but you make subconscious agreements. Even we have agreements about how we do this space together, right? That is what they've done in the villa. And part of the social agreement is at least he comes home at night. At least he still picked me. And for the boys, at least I still picked her. Zach said Casa got different rules. It's different over here. So he felt like he could do whatever the fuck he wanted. He just didn't have nobody to do whatever the fuck he wanted with, right? It's different rules over here. It's not the same. We're not whole, right? So as long as I go back though, it's good. That's why Takeda, but I came back. I was always going to choose you. He couldn't understand why she was mad for him not disclosing that the reason that girl went home. But because I was always going to choose you. That should be good enough. I was always going to pick you. And that is why them girls was actually mad at KC walking in with TC. It wasn't about how he did it. It was the fact that he did it at all because he violated the rules of the villa. He violated the social agreements that they have all agreed to all summer when he did that. And they didn't have the same smoke for Corbin because Kenzie had also already violated. And so if they were going to make exceptions for her, they had to make exceptions for him. But KC, no, Anaya followed the rules. You didn't. You didn't. And that's why Trinity and Kata are so fucking livid because, babe, what are you mad for? What are you mad for? At the level that they were mad. Do you understand? And it's why when they watched on movie night, Sincere doing this shit that is just egregious behavior, Trinity's response was, hold on, I want to hear him. You want to hear what he has to say, but y'all are jumping down KC's throat? I need y'all to be for real. I need y'all to be able to notice it, right? It's not just like, yes, it is because he's light skinned. Yes, it is because he's attractive. Like, I'm sure that is at play. And it's because KC did not follow the fucking social rules that they had all agreed to subconsciously all summer, but at least Sincere did. At least Sincere. That's why they keep saying to Melanie, he picked you, but he chose you. But he picked you, but he chose you. Because that's the agreement they've all had all summer. And I don't think they're conscious of it, but it's how they've been moving as a result all summer.
I fear when they open the bird cage, this nest that they've been trapped in, none of these couples, barring KC and TT, I think they have a good steady foundation, but for the majority of them, when the cage is open and they go out into the real world, because right now they're possessed by the Fiji air and being locked in this bird cage, but they're not going to make it on the outside because too many outside factors is going to play into it. And you can see where the trouble is going to start. Like, you can see the pitfalls for all of them, with insecure old granny over there and his 22-year-old girlfriend, which the parents not having a lick of concern about. What's going to happen when you need to go on gigs? You want to be a DJ, right? I've seen how this plays out.
Mm-hmm.
You're going to be moving around a lot. She already said she has attachment style, so how's that going to work? When she's going outside, okay, Melanie and Sincere, you're not going to make it off the plane. Let another person look like Soul walk by. He's going to be like, well, I still got to test. I still got to test. Your mama is over there making...
if the glove fits better.
Like, come on, sir. Like, you want to be Michael Jackson now. Now you want to be like OJ. I have to see if the glove fits. Get the hell out of here. Zach and Kata, he's trying to get his papers to come to America. This not even going to work. Your mama's going to tell you when you come home, I don't like that man. Dylan and Kenzie, don't waste your breath, because Dylan is looking at the cameras trying to say, and action, because the man is acting his ass off. Carl and Anaya, y'all figure it out in Nantucket when it's not gonna work out. I don't know what to tell you. But when the bird cage opens and the flock releases and they realize that the real world is not with the imagination of Bird Island, I fear for all of them. Because let me tell you something, I've watched Love Island for years. I've seen them push couples to their best abilities. I remember Ekin-Su and Davide. Ekin-Su and Davide were so damn popular, they got a spinoff. It don't matter how much.
Oh, that was a horrible time.
Listen, Ekin-Su and Davide, y'all didn't see a show if you didn't see Ekin-Su and Davide. You talk about a show? That was a show. And let me tell you something. No matter how much Love Island can try to pull a couple together, if it don't work, it don't work. They can't make you sign a contract saying you got to stay together. So for everyone saying they're going to milk Trinity and Bryce for all this work, they could try. And I'm sure they will be together by the reunion. But life for all of these people are going to take hold. And none of these couples are stable enough because they're all birds. Chirp, chirp.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, none
But you
of them
still
have
have BTV.
Doesn't matter. BTV works when you also have catastrophe. Y'all said BTV was horrible last season, but guess what? I saw more people talk about last season than they did about season 6. Why? Because we all come here for the drama. So they can do BTV, make you sign up. If they fight or break up, don't matter. They don't need happy, loving relationship. That didn't work out in season 1 for that.
Yeah. Yeah, the season 1 of BTV, everybody they had too much power. So I don't know. Not please, Beth.
That's what it is. It's Rio and them. And what happens when you let Rio and them fly? Release the birds.
Yeah, y'all, it's looking bleak.
I want to say another social rule was the bare minimum as well.
Breakfast.
Baby, the bare minimum.
That's
Where
what I
are
was
the
gonna say.
standards?
So Danny mentioned
Was it bare minimum or just lack of standards, period?
No,
I think
it was
it's-
bare.
I think
You
it's
know how
me.
bad it was when Ariana was not helped up the stairs once this time. Pepe and Austin made sure Ariana didn't touch the ground last season.
All those boys made sure every single time. This time, they were all just looking at her when she would come into that villa.
They didn't help their girls down the stairs. They did a goddamn victory tunnel. That
You
shit
know
pissed
it's
me off
bad
so
when
bad.
Austin's more of a gentleman than them. My
That pissed me off
God.
so bad. Okay, but I do want to say, Danny mentioned it. Actually, I think that it's their youth. So I said to y'all at the beginning of the season, I said to y'all that my sister used to tell me, "Oh, Gigi, I'm going to drop you because your mic won't turn on.
Shit. All right.
Just come back." Oh shit, never mind. It did. Oh shit. My sister used to tell me, right, don't date guys that are older than you because there's a reason why girls their age don't want to date them, right? It is easy to be impressed by a man having a car when you're 15 in high school and you can't fucking drive. You don't give a fuck that he live at his mama house, on that dirty ass mattress with sweat stains. You don't care because my man got a car, right? It's easier to impress you. So part of it is their youth as well. It's the fact that they're 22. That's why she was moved by a fucking flower and the same date that the other man had already fucking planned. He literally said rinse and repeat, and they were like, "Oh my god, oh, he's so
I
soft."
mean, she was cheesing hard,
Like, baby,
trying to contain
wake
herself.
up. Wake up. And now Sincere is not way older than Melanie, but that's why they're not able to recognize what it is. You know what I'm saying? That's why they're not able to recognize what it is, because they have youth. And so I actually don't give a fuck. I'm going to keep insisting that this is why the age gap is inappropriate, because it makes you susceptible to things that you would not be so susceptible to if you had more life experience and more of your brain capacity and functioning. You're just more susceptible. You're more easily influenced. You are more naive. It is not a dig at you. It's just literally biology. It's not a big deal. It's literally biology, and it is actual time.
A show like Love Island actually should not have anyone under the age of 24, because you're telling me like people have gotten married off of Love Island, raised kids off of Love Island. This is supposed to be a dating show to, like, you know, you're trying to find your person. I'm sorry. Why are you on a dating show at 22? Go outside.
At
Go
21,
outside.
you
Like,
just
none of
finished
these
college.
none of these couples are lasting. So for me, it's a joke. Like, at least when the people are like 24, 25, like, okay, that's when you're starting to like think about life and be like, okay, you know what? I think I want to find. What are you finding at 22 with a 30-year-old man? This is not. Are you joking me? And then I'm gonna have to listen to you be like, yes, this is the couple of the year. Are y'all joking?
Well,
they sing Barney theme song every episode. I love you, you love me. Kiss, kiss, hug, hug. Am I your type?
I mean, y'all, literally, Trinity told us that she was, and this is not a dig. I'm just saying you need to conceptualize what life she was living before she got here. She hadn't been out of the country yet, and she was working at a hardware store as a personality hire. Those were her words about what her life was like before she got to Fiji. That girl does not have the same capacity and range to keep up with clocking certain things about that man. Period. Full stop. Period. Full stop. It just is what it is, y'all.
Nor does she currently have the support on that island to do so.
Hell, her mama can't clock it. Her mama said it was great. She couldn't. My child's grown so much up under you, man. What did you just say? That he's helping.
It's giving. It's giving how the older men listen. And then we're gonna shut up. Angie needs to get her time. It's giving how I've been on panels on this fucking platform where the men talk about liking younger girls because they can mold them.
That's what her mama said.
Isn't that grooming?
Cultivate them.
Isn't that grooming, Tina? A form of grooming?
Correct. I can shape you into who I want you to be. That actually should be weirder to you all than you all have allowed it to be this summer.
I can shape you, and I can also have less expectation.
Correct.
You know what it is that she
or
shaped
you
her as?
or you will have less expectation of me
and do
because of the
irreparable
fact-
harm to your mind,
He's
everything
molding
about
her
you.
he's molding her into a self-validating machine. Anytime he's down, here she comes to lift him up. That's what he's molding her.
The fact that okay, and then I'm gonna shut up. The fact that they had Smex, our boyfriend and girlfriend. Oh no, I'm chopped. I'm not cute. I'm not your type. Why are we still talking about that? She's your girlfriend at this point. Why are you still bringing that up?
Because he knows the girl don't like him. That's why the girl sat there and told her mama, you know I didn't like that man at first.
Or because he doesn't like her. And
True that.
Like, you gotta wrap that shit up. You gotta wrap that shit up. Stop
I'm
saying
still
that
not
to her.
buying
Stop
it.
asking her to keep validating how attractive you are and how much she's attracted to you. Fucking get some goddamn self, what's the word I want? Not esteem. Well, yeah, get that too.
Respect.
Some self-confidence. Get some self-confidence. Damn. Please. I'm tired of it. And y'all, and too many of y'all, and some of y'all, yes, I know, not in here. We know we're talking about the general public, right? Too many of y'all allowed that to be cutesy to you this summer and got mad when I told y'all that it was not okay, that it was weird. that we shouldn't want that for her. Like, y'all, that's not cute. That's not cute. All right. Angie, give your thoughts. We've been yapping. I'm sorry.
No, it's okay. So let's start light. Kenzie and Dylan, your time has come. It's time to pack up, time to go home. I like you, Kenzie, but it's time to go home. But I did like the fact that she pulled the mother to the side and then gave her a nice bowl of BS about her son. That was kind of cute. But we all know it's BS. Who else? Kata and Zach. Why is it the first thing you're gonna ask a group of people, and parents included, what did you guys think about the hideaway? That was nasty. I did not like that. Why would you bring that up? Once again, Charlie's getting on my last nerves. This man is trying so hard to force feed us the fact that they were together the first few days, the first week. We do not care.
Day two?
Day two. A lot of people didn't. We do not care. The sister. Oh, I almost said something bad. Sister. Please mind your business. Do not talk about other people. Honestly, I wasn't really paying 100% attention to what she was saying because I couldn't look at her for too long. And they were all annoying me. The family dynamic in general was annoying me. So I didn't really pay attention. But it's like, why are you putting other couples down to lift up Zach and Kata? What is this dynamic between these people that they got to put other people down to lift their themselves up? It's weird. Stop that. Kata's sister, I was hoping you were gonna say something more, and I knew you had more ammunition. You just didn't want to load it up. Why didn't you? Because we know you wanted to say more. Anyways, let's move on. Who else? Anaya and Carl. Oh my god, bro. The chemistry is not in the room with us. The chemistry is not in the room with us. You know, like, Tina, you know, like when people are in love, they have like good body chemistry, like they just melt into each other. Every time these two get together, it's so awkward. They don't know how to place their bodies with each other. They don't know how to be comfortable with each other. It's giving robotic movements. It's like, why are you guys not just melting into each other? It's so weird. But all I gotta say, Carl, you have a beautiful family. Anaya, your sister and your mother, gorgeous people. I know a lot of people like they didn't really see a problem with the fact that she was telling Anaya not to cry or else she's gonna get mad. I didn't like it, honestly. I thought it was weird, but I guess it's their dynamic. They can have it. I did like the fact that she brought up that Anaya was being a horrible friend, because she was. She's babying Sincere at the expense of Melanie's feelings. Because, like, your friend is in despair. She's in disarray right now. She needs some kind of support. You don't have to tell her what to do. Just be there as a pillar for her to fall onto. You cannot be, as I'm breaking down, you lifting the abuser up, talking about some, I'm Sincere. That don't make no sense. That doesn't make any sense. What kind of friend are you? Anyways, Anaya, the speech you made to Melanie tonight was for the cameras. I did not believe a word you said, and the fact that you disprove yourself right after proved what I said. It was for the cameras. Your mom told you what it is that she's hearing from the outside, which is, girl, you coming out as a horrible friend. So you're gonna put up that front, I wasn't being sincere with you. So this whole almost 2 months, tonight was the night you decided to be frank and be upfront with your friend, and that's not weird. Might as well keep up the lie. Keep up the front. Instead of coming here and switching up the scenario and be like, I wasn't honest this whole time. You were not honest with me this whole time, and you decided tonight, 3 days from the finals, to tell me this is how you were truly feeling. So you were fake. All right. That conversation between Trinity and Anaya, talking about some, you guys don't see everything. Well, you guys don't see everything either. We have access to confessionals. We see different angles. We see conversations that are happening on the other side of the villa. You guys don't know everything, and you guys don't know Sincere. Because the night when that TV got up there and then they showed another facade of Sincere, that was the first time you guys saw that side. So how is it that you guys know him more than we know him when we've been watching him this whole time? You guys don't know him either. And it doesn't matter what he does. What he does, what we need to focus on is what Melanie was feeling, which was she felt betrayed, which is what happened. You know? Trinity and Brass. Beautiful gowns. That's all I got. I don't got much, honestly. Beautiful gowns. Who else? Who else is in there? Who else is? Casey and TT. Please leave Casey's mother alone, y'all. Leave that poor lady alone. It took a lot for her to even get on that plane. That was her first time getting a passport. Leave that lady alone. She clearly did not want to be there. She forced herself to be there for the sake of her son. Because her son needed her and she was there for her son. Please leave that lady alone. And at first I was kind of conflicted because I couldn't read her. And I'm like, does she like TT? Does she want to scold Casey? What's happening? So I was conflicted at first until Casey went into the confessional and said, my mother is not a woman of a lot of words. And I was sold. I was like, all right, that's all I needed to hear. Because she clearly don't have much to say. And what she needed to say, she said it. Which is she liked the fact that TT stood up for her son. And that was it. Leave that lady alone. TT, your mother and your cousin, they're very beautiful people. And I guess they could see that you truly like Casey. And they're rooting for you guys. And I can't believe that she's 25 and this is her first boyfriend. Yay! We got a twin because I'm 26, never had one. But yeah, I'm glad for her. I'm happy for her. I'm happy that they're happy. I don't know if they're gonna make it, outside of the villa, but I feel like they might because Casey seems that he wants to devote himself into making it work. So far from what he has said. He said he's never fully invested himself and he wants to do that for TT. So I hope it works out for them. Am I missing anybody? I don't think I'm missing anybody, but all I gotta say is I think this villa was such an experience, and we know the experience was stressing everybody the fuck out. If you just listen to Ian the way he has been talking all season, Ian is even sick of these people. Ian has never been this sassy. He has never been this sassy. That's how you know this villa, bro, has been chaotic this whole time. Yeah, that's all I had to say.
I do want to ask a question about something somebody said in the chat. Why is Amora not a credible source? I'm wondering, I don't see everything, obviously. So tell me what you all have seen. To the person that said it, what have you seen? Good night, Nay. What have you seen that makes you feel like Amora is not a credible source? Okay. Wait, do one of y'all have an answer?
I mean, Amora just chats too much. She's who they wanted to paint Soul as. Like, she has a lot of smoke for Melanie, none for Sincere. Sincere is emotionally intelligent. Sincere is this.
She said that again?
Yes.
Yep, she went on a podcast.
Yeah, she was doing the most. Like the way she was hyping Sincere up and then was like, but I would never be in Melanie's position. Baby, you were. And you didn't get picked. Like, let's not act like if he would have chose you, you would have not been happy as can be. Like, she had like, I think the only person she didn't really come after was like TT and maybe Trinity. She didn't come after the girls, but like you could tell she had this like kind of like superiority against Melanie, and she was propping up all the men. It was weird.
That's very. I mean, she spent more time with the guys because of Casa, but that's still really weird. I feel like if you're obviously I haven't seen it, but I feel like if you're going to have an opinion, you should say like you should be prefacing it with that, like, well, I spent more time with the guys, so this is what I saw from them. In the time I was with the girls, this is what I saw. And I need y'all to stop fucking going to Biofiles. Stop going to that man's fucking podcast.
I think he has a connection with Peacock. That's why they go. Like,
yeah, but they don't have to, is my point. There are people that have left that island and did not go. Stop going.
Yeah. So,
it's not a contractual obligation. They don't have to do it. They even shouldn't do it. He's a weird person.
But here's the thing, y'all. I know somebody actually said earlier that Sincere has the gift of gab. What? It would have took one fish, two fish to fucking take me out, baby.
Remember, there's
You know what? Y'all be too immersed in his conversation.
Y'all be too immersed in his conversations.
y'all
and that's the
play.
problem.
He sounds like a
But-
This is y'all
philosopher to
play.
them.
Y'all saying this is truly the epitome of like not understanding what the gift of gab actually is. You know, I need you to immerse yourself into a book or a good TV show with some good gab so that you can understand what the gift of gab is.
You guys have to
That's the
understand.
only
In a nest of,
compromise. That's the
in
only
a nest-
compromise I'm willing to make. Okay.
in
With
a
that
nest
being
of
said-
birds.
Hold that being said, real quick, I'm about to cut off these comments because y'all have more than enough to get to 200K.
Oh shit.
And then I'm going to bed.
The fish that wore the gloves that was his home.
Listen,
That's
in a nest
the
of
man that
birds.
has the gift of gab.
In a
Okay.
nest of birds, he actually sounds like a philosopher to them. Like you could tell the girls. I'm telling you, Sincere is the king of that villa. He talks. Remember during movie night when he was like, "Shut the hell up," and all the girls got quiet. Like I don't know what's in them locks, but he is the king of that castle, and they are impressed by what he has to say. I don't know if it's because maybe he's the only guy in
They're
there
not.
that listens to the girls.
No,
I
they're
think
not.
Oh my
They're
god,
not
are you
Chloe
talking
said.
about Melanie?
They just think he's cute. That's literally they literally just think he's cute. Honestly,
I do think
I'm
they-
gonna get and I'm gonna give Carl, even though we don't see a lot of it, I'm gonna give Carl hell, I'm gonna give it to fucking Dylan. I think they are more intellectually loquacious than Sincere is. They just look at Sincere and go, "Aww." Like he's that cute kid in class who they knew was slow, but they gonna let him get away with a lot of shit because he's cute.
I do think
That's who he
that
is.
yes, he is cute, but I also wonder, like, they all thought Corbin was cute, but Corbin is not gonna go out of his way to be like.
But they also knew Corbin was slow.
It's not that
No,
Corbin
they
is,
knew that Corbin was a fuckboy from day one.
and they know he's not with the shits. If we're being honest, right? Like you see how Sincere's, I think probably does a lot for the girls and like being friends with them and talking to them. So they're like, oh, he's that guy. Corbin is not gonna be that. Corbin's gonna be like, no, I ain't doing that.
Exactly.
Yeah,
Like Corbin doesn't
but
really
they
care about them
also
like that.
recognize that he's
Corbin
slow.
knows he's a
I don't think
fuckboy.
they buy things out of his mouth. I think they just go, "Oh." It's kind of like when I look at Vin Diesel. I look at Vin Diesel and I'm like, "Oh, that's so cute." But if he start talking to me, I'm like, "Why are you talking?"
But
Exactly.
Corbin
Stand
doesn't
there-
come off
just
as
stand there
slow.
with your
Corbin
shirt
just
off.
comes off as a
shine your
fuckboy.
go put some baby oil on your head.
Corbin
I'm gonna look at him. I'm gonna be like, "Listen," I'm gonna look at him and be like, "Go put some baby oil on your head. Take your shirt off and just let me look at you. Stop talking to me."
I
I feel the
can't.
same way about Jason
but
Momoa.
Corbin
I think that it's exactly
never
what's going
claimed to
on.
be anything but a fuckboy. He knew he was
But
coming
I
in
think
on
that's
some
exactly
shit.
what's going on with Sincere. I think the only person who tries to hype up Sincere more than Sincere is Melanie and Anaya. Everybody else recognizes what Sincere is for Sincere.
Not
I just
really.
can't-
That's not
I
true.
can't see nobody
all
saying
those girls. That's not true. Because Trinity was like, he's nice. All those girls hype up Sincere. They all have said in fact, the boys do it as well. Bryce was up there his intentions are really true.
only
He's just
person
the
that-
only
Caleb
person
too.
who was calling out Sincere
Was
is when he
Jen.
saw the light was Corbin.
No, it was Jen too. Jen out of the
Oh,
girls
Jen
never
too.
fell for the BS.
All of them have been up
he's
there.
cute. That's what I'm saying. I think we're saying the same thing. I think they
think
let
so,
him
too.
get away. I think they let him get away with shit because he's cute. I don't think that they think that there's any more substance to him beyond that, though.
Pretty
right.
You're right,
I
because
don't
let
see
me tell
nobody
you why.
seeing him
Let me
as
tell
a
you why.
philosopher.
Right.
The
I
reason
don't
why
think.
Jen never fell for Cynthia's BS, because when she walked in, she literally said, "He's not my type. I would never go for somebody like that." So I guess it was easier for her to clock all the BS that he was spewing, unlike the other girls that actually find him cute and could possibly be their type.
But what's
Yeah.
funny is he looks like he is a fuckboy. I don't understand it.
I mean, he don't
Because
have to
he's
look
cute.
like it. He
It's the
literally
bundles.
told them. He literally told them in the second game they ever fucking
Literally.
played that he was.
Yes.
When I remember before the season
It's the
started, I watched
bundle.
his VT and I looked at his face and I was like, "Oh, you're one of those pretty fuckboys, aren't you?" And day two,
Yes,
he
but
said,
that's why they let him get away with the foolishness. But they know for a fact. They listen deep down, and it's not even that damn deep down. All of them know he full of shit. All of them know he's full of shit. They know that there is more substance in a teaspoon than there is in Sincere. Let's be for real.
All I'm
They
saying
all know this,
I
but they
think we're
look
watching
at it and they look at it and they let him get away with it because he's cute. That's why Melanie said, "I'm going to pick you even though I know I look dumb." She literally said that shit tonight. She said, I know I'm going to look dumb and I'm going to pick you. She's been saying that shit since they first got together.
Yes.
Based on
They
how those
know there's no substance there, but
Based-
they let him get away with it because he's cute.
based on how those girls talk, I'm sorry, they do think there's substance there. Like the way they vibe for him, they think that there's something more there. He's just like his intentions are so well. Like no, he's really smart. Like no, I'm sorry, it's not just that he's cute. That man, it has the villa possessed.
I think I'm watching a severe case of pretty privilege here.
I'm gonna say something and then we're gonna go to Kay so Kay can have her time. What I think is happening is what I told people was happening for the audience about Zach and Bryce. I've talked to you all before. When people hold certain identities, we tend to believe them. We're more likely to trust them. There's psychological research that backs this. This is not my fucking opinion, okay? The fact that Sincere is attractive and closer in proximity to whiteness, he is more believable. Quite literally, it is the fact that they perceive him as cute that then motivates all the other things that they think about him. I don't think it's because they've actually seen anything. I don't think it's because they've experienced anything. I think it's because he is attractive the same way the audience was not able to clock the way that Zach and Bryce were finagling KC and Anaya, which the research backs, y'all. If you haven't seen my video, there's a therapist that did a meta-analysis of episodes 1 through 24. And the research showed that 75 to 80% of the fallout between KC and Anaya was as a result of Zach and Bryce. But the audience was not able to clock it because they're like, white boys, like they're inherently trustworthy because you have subconscious biases that influence the way that you experience everything until you choose to unpack that shit, until you choose to unlearn that shit. Right?
Amen.
And so that's not a hit at you. It's just the culture that you're growing up in. Yeah, I know that a lot of us in my life clocked it and I made a whole fucking video about it, right? But the larger public, the public at large was not able to see it. It's why my video of Zach has been doing numbers for the last 3 weeks or the last 2 weeks because people are like, oh my God. And it's like, how did you not see this when I posted it 4 weeks ago or whenever the fuck I posted it, right? Like people are just now waking up to shit. Just now seeing shit. Oh, thank King Louis. Like, it's so, I do think it is the fact that he is cute makes him inherently more trustworthy to them. And that's also a function of YT supremacy. Okay, Kay, go ahead and give me your thoughts, my love.
Thank you. All right. Well, so starting off, I think like a general summation for what this island is. So I'm Nigerian, and like a saying that we have loosely translated is sort of what an adult can see standing up, a kid can't see sitting down. And that is literally what this entire island has been this entire season. Because a lot of us are watching stuff back and being like, oh, you stupid, that's gonna bite you in the butt. But they can't see it. And it started with that delusional pact on day one. All of them sat there in a little circle. And they were like, oh, we're going to tell each other when we're being delusional. We're going to tell each other when we're being wrong. We're on episode 32. They haven't done once. And I did it today because her mom said something to her. That's insane. Bless Melanie's heart for having some knowledge and some form of like foresight. But the problem is because she's surrounded by a bunch of people who don't have any, who don't want to have any, they're stuck in a pattern. Because at the end of the day, when someone's going to tell you what you want to hear, you're going to go there first before you go to the person who's going to tell you the truth, because the truth will hurt you. It'll piss you off. So the pact that they have made at this point is to not piss each other off and just make it to the end.
The Mad King?
What?
Oh, the Mad King said this one? Oh, yeah, I'm about to go watch it then. Mm-hmm.
Oh, she don't know she on.
Oh, I was like, what's going on? But anyway, on to the families. I mean, I will give Kenzie her twos for going to pull that woman aside and have a conversation with her. But Kenzie, by the time y'all get home, you will be blocked. Expeditiously. A bunch of people, when they get home, their parents are going to say, give me your phone. They're going to start blocking people's numbers. And as they should. I hope they do. Kata, your mama's going to block that boy. And she should. Because when they sat there and they were trying not to say too much, but I could see the look in that woman's eyes, she does not like that boy. at all. She does not want him near her child. She does not want him in her house. But you know what? They've only got like a couple days left and she knows that. So she's like, let's just get out of here first. And at this point, it's fine. It is what it is. I feel like Anaya and Carl, their families are really cute. Also, and speaking of families, I love that we got a lot of melanated families in that villa. It was so beautiful to see. And the fact that it was mainly women was so heartwarming. And just watching them come in and pour into their families, that was so sweet to me. I'm glad that Anaya's mom told her you are not being a good friend because someone needed to tell her, and obviously it wasn't going to be any of them telling each other that. But then obviously she didn't really care because she said the thing and then she took it back 5 minutes later. So, 23 will be 23, apparently. With Melanie and Sincere, oh, my poor darling Scorpio sister. Y'all, if that boy don't leave himself, it's not gonna happen, I fear. Because she's still telling him what he needs to do to fix it. She's somehow still, even after her mom spoke to her, finding ways to tell that man, but this is how you need to fix it. And she's not registering the look in his face, which has been my problem with her from the beginning of the season. Because you can tell that Melanie has some discernment. She can see things that are going on to a point. She's just not listening to it. And it's so irritating. And when she wakes up, I fear that all those girls who think they're her friends, she's gonna block all of them. And she should. Because they're not friends. Situational friendships are a bad idea because when you leave that situation and you all wake up to the fact that actually this was based on proximity and we don't have that much in common, that's when you start realizing, oh, this person did me dirty for that reason, this person did me dirty for that reason, and then resentment starts to build because none of you sat down and thought about what was going on. And that's why movie night pissed me off so much this season, because they put that screen in front of them to show them this is what you've done, be accountable. But the only person they had any smoke for in that villa was the one person that did low-key some of the least horrible stuff. Because did he say some stuff that was out of pocket? Sure. But when you have the Sinceres and the Zachs and the Kenzies in the villa, and that's the only person we want to hold accountable at any point, everybody can go home. We can all just go home at this point, because why are we? And that's why watching this season and watching the discourse has been more painful, because a lot of us that watch it are a bit older. Like, forget the kids that watch it and are thinking like them because they're kids like them. But watching people who have a bit more foresight and sense, sitting and agreeing with the mindset of a 22-year-old that don't know nothing, is insane. Because what we're doing is, we're not only telling them that Peacock is right, we're pushing it further. And then we'll wake up and a bunch of girls will be like, nobody loves me. Yeah, because we told them that they had to be picked for them to be loved. We didn't tell them that they needed to love themselves so that they could be sure when someone walked up to them that he was saying the right things. Because none of those girls knows what it is to feel loved genuinely. That's why a little rose and some plates of, was it fruit or was it even food? I don't remember. But a plate and say less is making Kata be like, oh, Zach hasn't given me a date. If he hasn't given you a date, why are you still with him? It's also, sorry, I forgot this part. Sincere, his dad sat there and said a bunch of stuff to him because they were embarrassed. I agree with you, Tina. But also, it was like he was looking into a mirror. Because when he was saying our entire family says we should let you know that that is not sincere, sir, that is your biological son. You know that boy. Considering his brother is right beside you and that's your junior, you know that boy. You all know that boy. And clearly y'all didn't slap him enough as a kid. And you know what? Some people don't like to punish that way, and that's fine, but sometimes this is the results. Anyway, I just hope that the people that should be in the finale are in the finale, and if they're not, I hope that they leave that villa and actually enjoy their relationships, because at this point, everybody just needs to be safe. That's me.
Yeah. I think it's his stepson, but doesn't matter. I think that he knows exactly who Sincere is. I just can't buy it that he is confused. And Softly Sunny, that's one of the things that I've pointed out this season that I feel like not enough people pay attention to, is that we've heard more than one Islander, when they've been called in or made to account for poor behavior, have said like, oh, that's not me. That's not who I am. That's, that was just or whatever. But
One person
KC,
didn't. Yep.
but KC, when he saw himself on movie night, he said, ooh, I didn't like that. Cause that was me. He said that was me and I didn't like it. He never tried to run from or not take accountability for how he showed up. And to me, that takes a level of integrity and accountability that will never let me buy into the narrative that KC is the villain the public has tried to make him out to this season.
And emotional intelligence.
Even
it
Corbin.
takes. Because he was naming. First of all, TT was saying, encouraging things and saying, I know that's not you. He was like, yes, that is me. That is me. Like, you can't, that's the type of person I want to be around. When somebody looks at themselves and says, that is me, I need that. That's not who I want to be. I want to be different. I want to be better. And that to me is a high emotional intelligence. The emotional intelligence that these people are giving to Sincere, when he has been anything and everything but, is a problem.
I'm going to be perfectly honest.
My God.
Go ahead. I'm going to be perfectly honest with you all. And I know that y'all I'm not just talking to y'all. I'm talking about the general public, right? The things that I've seen KC whacked for is a choice. It's a choice to hyperfixate on him for not being transparent or not being forthcoming, which I can agree. He was neither of those things, but I told y'all he was risk adverse, so that didn't shock me. That is odd to me that the hyperfixation is on that and not on the man that literally is lying to a girl in the face, not on the man who is literally withholding affection and food as a form of punishment to their partner. That's why is the hyperfixation on someone that is 23, mind you, 23. That other motherfucker is 26 years old. He's grown as fuck. He's grown as hell. Okay?
Called her grandma.
You're hyperfixated on the 23-year-old and not the 26-year-old that is doing behaviors that are, if you were a parent, you're a parent, and your child upset you, you could just not make them breakfast the next morning. You could just rebuff their hugs and because I'm angry at you and so you don't deserve affection from me. And this is not to say that people don't have autonomy. Don't misconstrue me, right? But it is about why are you withholding? Is it because I just don't feel like being accessed? My body is just, I just don't. Or is it because you are using it as a form of punishment? That is the difference. You need to be curious about the intention of the behavior. The fact that more than once he talked about, but see, that's the thing though, Jamila, people have said, well, we know that they're the worst. And so we just don't have to talk about them. That's fucking bullshit. Actually, that's bullshit. That's actually bullshit. In my opinion, I think it's actually shitty of the public to say, well, because we know they're bad, we're just going to focus on this guy that we want to pick apart things to make him as bad as them. And it's like, that's weird, actually. That's like saying, well, we know that he's a child essayer. We know that they're a predator. So like, we know they're a rapist. So fine, not a big deal. We'd rather talk about this person that, has said some comments in the workplace that feel a little bit, suspicious. That's fucking weird, bro. That's actually fucking weird. And that's the thing, KP. I love that comment. KC surprised us, which should be indicative to you that you had an expectation about a fucking stranger and now you're disappointed. But baby, that's about you, not KC. You don't know that man. He didn't do that to you. So the fact that the hyperfixation has been on him this summer for the last 6 weeks, whatever, rather than whacking fairly, if you're going to whack, is odd to me. It's odd. The leaps and the bounds that people have gone to, the jumps that people have made, When you have certain stuff in fucking 4K, why are you not talking about that? That's weird. That's weird to me. And I cannot ever, unfortunately, because I'm that fucking person, I cannot ever divorce it from the fact that he's the only dark-skinned black man on that fucking island. I can't do it. I can't do it.
And honestly, Tina, we don't have enough conversation about the anti-blackness against dark-skinned men.
Yeah.
We don't.
And then I'm gonna leave y'all alone. And the fetishizing and hypersexualization of them, which is why people for fucking weeks talked about that grandma comment being about KC feeling entitled to Anaya's body. Oh, he's got sexual predator behaviors. Oh, he's a rapist. He's participating in grape culture. He just wanted access to her body this whole time. But every fucking night it's KC and TT that sleep in the bed. It's them two that are knocked the fuck out. If all he wanted was access to somebody's body, why ain't he on TT's body? Because what that man wanted was cuddles and hugs and kisses. Y'all see the way that man nestles his head into TT every fucking time? That's what he wanted, was someone that wanted to reach for him the way he was reaching for them. That's actually not that abnormal of a request. And taking it to all he wanted was access to women's bodies is actually weird, guys. Like, people can want affection without it being sexual. But because too many of us engage in narratives of black men being mandingos or bucks, all we do is fucking hypersexualize them. And so we can't separate him from this unconscious bias that's also informing the way we're watching him.
And in fact,
y'all, last thing, y'all listen to Anaya say they were having a conversation. And she's like, no, you've been doing a lot better. He's like, no, yeah, I know I was kind of doing a lot, right? That's restraint. But the story that you all told for weeks was that he was in the bed pressuring her. Huh? She said she wanted him to chill out, and he did. But he was a sexual predator that was pressuring her. Like, I need y'all to be for real. I need y'all to be willing to look at yourselves and why you chose to embrace this narrative when you had a ton of data on the show that challenged that narrative. Why? What is that about? What informed it? We cannot think that we are protecting black women, because I do think that that was a driving factor for people too. I'm protecting a black woman, but at what expense? Are you protecting a black woman based on the data? Or are you triggered because KC reminds you of your own experience? And I think, and I stand by, and I've actually had someone come into my comments and say it, I do think that a lot of people that have been the loudest about KC this season were Shalacers last season. And you felt duped, and you felt fooled, and you felt like you got taken advantage of by that black man that you so deeply wanted to believe in, that you wanted to champion. And I will give you, I think he betrayed black women in the way that he engaged. And because you have a knee-jerk reaction, because that pain is still there. And so now you preemptively don't want to trust this man because it's informed by all this other shit. Because if you all were whacking KC fairly, you would say he said some misogynistic stuff sometimes, right? Not that different than most people on the island. He's a scaredy cat. You know, he's struggling to be transparent with her. You know, that's the way you would be whacking him. But you all are going to extremes, and the data just doesn't support the extremes. And again, I simply cannot look away from the fact that he is the only dark-skinned black man on that island and the way he's been discoursed about on the internet. And I, to be clear, I'm not here for the whacking of Anaya either. Okay. I also have not seen Anaya be called some of the things that KC has been called. Being called insecure, I think, is an inaccurate statement of Anaya. I do think that is inaccurate. But that is very different than someone alleging that you are participating in grape culture when you are a person that works in a field of care. The man is a CNA and wants to be a nurse practitioner. Do you know the damage that you are potentially causing him? Like that, just slow down. Just slow down. Slow down. Take a breath. That's it. Okay, I'm off my soapbox. AJ, please give me your thoughts, my love.
Yeah, so I wanted to say I feel like you could definitely see a shift in the villa, especially when we were talking about Casey and him interacting with people as much, because I noticed like when Sincere came to him at first to talk about how he was feeling about being nervous and whatever, Casey basically didn't say anything back to Sincere the way he would have in previous weeks. Like he was basically just like, well, I hope they see your intention. Like he didn't give him anything back, which I thought was interesting. That being said, obviously Melanie and Sincere was the big thing of tonight, and her sister's speech, her sister crying for her, I felt like was from such a genuine place, as opposed to, you know, a lot of the other families that come there for family day and just say, you know, what they want, what they think they should be saying so that their family can win 100K. But for that to happen, and then for Melanie to turn back around and be like, you know what, I'm not going to listen to anybody else, even if I'm going to look dumb. Like, that just really broke my heart. She is so gone that it just is shocking. And even when she was explaining to Sincere all the things he needed to do, quote unquote, the way he was just like, first of all, the fact that she put the power in his hands about whether or not the relationship should continue pissed me off in the first place. Because why are you telling him, you know, I just want to let you know it's going to be a lot of work if you want to continue this relationship. Like, girl, if anything, you should be the one with the power in your hands. I don't know why she would put the ball in his court for that decision. But telling him, like, you know, this is all the work you have to do. And that man's ears were off the entire time. I even found the fact that she let him just sit there, be like, I don't care. That was extremely rude to me. He wasn't even saying anything to reassure her in any way, to be like, you know what, I'm going to put the work in. Here's what I'm going to do to win your family over. The man just sat there saying, I don't care, into the night sky. And she was like, you know what? I'm going to give this a shot. And the fact that she was so certain that her mom would not be upset. And I feel in some ways her mom would have been light on her if her sister was light on her, and her sister doesn't play that. So I don't want to make any assumptions about how Melanie was raised, but her confidence that her mom would not care, it tells me a lot. I feel like it tells me a lot, and that is so heartbreaking and so sad to me. Now, Sincere, I already knew he wasn't going to listen to anything that was said. I'm glad his dad tried, I guess, in a way. I think his dad was just embarrassed by him, to be honest. I don't think his dad would have been on him like that if he hadn't been on national TV, because I think even his dad said, like, I don't think I've ever seen a girl cry like that. And to me, I think he knows who his son is, but he had never seen the repercussions of his son's behavior. And obviously now you're seeing it in 4K. Random aside, but Carl is getting on my last nerve. I know he doesn't do much, but for him and his 5 days in the villa to fix his mouth and say that Sincere has paid his dues, has done his time, after we seen proof of that man lying in that girl's face for 3 weeks. I don't know what it is with these older men kind of trying to brush what Sincere did under the rug. Like, I don't understand it. And then, of course, Anaya, I'm sorry. Like, I know she has thoughts of her own. I don't think she acts on the thoughts of her own often because she really only told Melanie that about Sincere because her mom had something to say to her. Same way, like, she told Melanie to go up the stairs and break up that conversation between Sincere and Soul, and she only started telling her to stop because KC told her that to tell Melanie to stop. So, and then for her to say that to Melanie, and then Melanie was right, like, girl, you were Team Sincere 2 days ago, and now you want to say in my face, oh, you know, it's toxic, he's not good for you. Like, you're just dotting your I's and crossing your T's. Like, you don't actually care about me and what's happening to me in this situation. But for her to turn around and then key with Trinity about, like, but they don't see it. They have such a good relationship. What relationship is there? Like, even if they laugh and hug and kiss every single day, they built that off lies. They built that off lies. That entire thing is a lie. So what is the good connection that they have? Anyway, that's all I'm gonna say.
I love it. Shit.
Lots of straws.
Oh, that's what I was gonna say, y'all. I'm eating these jelly beans, and I'm gonna be so fucking sorry. I don't eat sugar. I don't know what the hell is wrong with me. So I told y'all that Melanie looks for outside validation, right? Which is why she kept going to the girls, wanting them to validate what she already intrinsically and internally knows. I told you all that Melanie's personal journey was about her being able to recognize what she feels, seek out clarification, and then look at the data to not let herself be duped by just words. You need to actually take in what you're seeing as well. She looks a lot for external validation. She intrinsically does not trust herself for some reason about things. And so the reason why she keeps asking Sincere to fix it, to prove it, is because she needs him doing that, him doing the work would be evidence that she's worth it. I don't know if she feels like she's worth it. And that's curious to me because Melanie has been a model. Like, her sister said she's never felt like she wasn't, attractive, but it's like, but something is happening when it comes to the relationship dynamic, right? How we operate in the regular world is not always how we operate in romantic spaces. And so there's something, I mean, she did say all the guys would be in the damage bin and that she had cheaters, right? And when you've been cheated on, it can really literally fuck with your brain. You know what I'm saying? It'll have you thinking all kind of shit about yourself. And it also made me a little bit curious about relationship with dad, right? But there's something that's there that we haven't been able to see yet, but there is clearly something that has happened in a romantic dynamic where kind of what needs to happen is she does need to be picked. And I don't mean to say it as reductively as that, but she needs validation in the romantic arena in that way. And that's why she keeps asking Sincere, fix it, show me, prove it. It's going to take work, do it. Because if he does that, then it would validate her in a way that she intrinsically is not able to give to her own self.
Tina, I also wonder in her life if she was doubted a lot. Her sister mentioned when she, like, in that conversation with her, and she was like, when you moved out to Philly, she was like, where's that girl when you moved out to Philly? And like, when things were going wrong and everyone told you to come home, it's not working. And you were like, no, I'm going to do it myself. I'm wondering if things like that have happened a lot. Like, you're being a model, things are not easy. So I'm wondering if oftentimes people have doubted her and she has had to prove them wrong. And so this is one of those moments where even though the signs are all there that it shouldn't work, she's had to do this in the past. So now she's like, no, I'm going to prove to you that I'm making the right choice. And I just need you to prove it to me as well. And she hasn't gotten to that point where sometimes it's not like it's beyond your control. And I think before in other decisions, it's always been about like it's been things she can control. And this is the one thing that you can't prove to anyone because it's not in your control.
Aaliyah and Solar Goon, y'all are saying the thing that I'm curious about. I'm very curious about that because if that were true, because I think that, we're all shaped by our parents or your guardians, whoever they might be. Your guardians are the people that are teaching you your first lessons. They're literally your first relationships that you're ever in, right? And so depending on what you're watching in the dynamic, and how relationships get normalized, that is imprinting on you. Whether you want it to or not is irrelevant, right? But it is imprinting on you. And unless you can begin to see the imprint, if it's not serving you, then you're subject to just sort of act that out, to live that out, right?
She did turn to her mom. She did turn to her mom really, like, when her sister was like really trying to tell her, and she turned to her mom really quickly and she said, "Mom, you're the most understanding." And I think she was trying to say, like, you've been through the situation, and that's why her mom said, "You make a mistake once or twice, not like this." So I think she was trying to, like, and that's why she kept saying, "My mom is gonna forgive Sincere."
She's looking for validation. Yep.
Well, not just validation.
Yeah, she thought her mom was gonna come and validate
she
her.
said
It's
my mom is
happened
gonna.
before.
She said my mom is gonna forgive him. So I think she in her head she's like, I've seen my mom go through something like this, and she's been forgiven. And I think that's why her mom said, "Oh, baby, no, once, twice, okay. This is different. This is multiple times."
Because the certainty that she had that her mom would forgive Sincere was very unsettling. Because why do you believe that watching her daughter go through this multiple times on that villa, she would certainly forgive this man? She was certain that the mother wasn't gonna say anything, and then she was surprised when the mother did.
I think for both Sincere's dad and from Melanie's mom, it probably was looking in a reflection and not liking what you see. And I know you guys are saying that Sincere's dad was performative, but I also do think he probably was like, "The hell? Oh my God, it's me." And I think for Melanie's mom, she was like, "Oh no, it's me, baby, no." I think both of them got a taste of what it looked like for them and what they had their kids around, and they didn't like what they saw.
Yeah. I mean, for me, it's not that performance means that it's not real. I do think that he absolutely was embarrassed. I think he absolutely knows who the fuck his kid is, and I do think he is probably aware that he is that person to some degree. I just think he was overly going. Okay, Calvin, seventh letter by, go ahead. Give me your thoughts, my love. Calvin.
I was like, I'm trying to hold on to my thoughts because as y'all are talking about Mel, I do think that it could potentially be part of like the sunk cost fallacy, meaning she's put so much into the connection with her Insincere over the summer, and so she doesn't want to walk away. I think she's even said it before, like, why won't he just leave me alone? Meaning that she can't walk away from the situation, that it would actually have to be him, or for him to drag her so much to where she's completely broken, and then there is no coming back from that. And I think her sister had also mentioned a little bit about a past situation. I can't recall it correctly because I do be in and out of the episode sometimes, but I think she had mentioned something like that. And so she knows what her sister has been through before and is trying not to let her get into that type of mentality before and go through the same thing. But I do think that it might just be she spent her whole summer invested in this man. And then there's also this level that she also a part of her that wants to prove that I'm not saying that this is what it is, but I'm just seeing from my perspective potentially that I'm not like the other girls. Like, you're not going to make me look like the other girls that you played with. Basically, you're going to take me serious. And that's why she's begging him to get it together, because she doesn't want to be looked like a fool. But then even tonight, she literally just said, I don't care if I look like a fool. So now we know that she's just going to have to go through that lesson on her own. So I'm going to move forward. I do think that I had a little bit of a tear that was about to come out my right eye for Melanie. And then she sat up there and told that man, I'm going to look dumb for you. And I just was like, girl, okay, no, never mind. But the way that her sister was speaking life into her and saying this man is playing you, and the mother was saying like, baby girl, enough is enough. I think that that's just a hard lesson that she might have to learn. And she'll come back from it. I wholeheartedly feel like she will, hopefully. That's what I wish for her. Carl and Anaya's thing, like their moms meeting, I thought that was cute. Don't really have too much on them. Kenzie and Dylan don't have too much on them. And I feel like Trinity's mama wanted to ask her, like, girl, are you for real? Like, I'm still not buying it. I have not bought the whole Brinity thing. I still don't buy it. I think her mama and her sister was like, okay, girl. But I do think that they spoke to, maybe she's at this point where she's had it, and I've said this, I feel like Trinity like YNs, and she's had her run with them, and so she's just trying something new. And I think that's kind of what her mom spoke to as well. Kind of sort of to go where you are loved kind of conversation is what I felt like came up with her. And so I do feel like Trinity just trying it out. But do I really feel like it's all that deep? Not really, because they didn't even want to go into the hideaway together. That was tea. I was like, oh, the girlfriend and boyfriend don't want to go to the hideaway. Got it. But y'all can do stuff in the room where everybody is there. Okay, something just, okay, yeah. Something was a little bit off there for me. So like I said, I'm still not buying it. I also feel like Kata is turning slowly into beans and toast. Because why was she on Trinity like that about the whole situationship conversation? Like, that kind of, it irritated me a little bit. And it was because she couldn't fathom that her friend wasn't just like, oh yeah, this is so huge, this is great. And she went back and forth with Trinity, even saying that she needed to take accountability, only for her own mother to come into the villa and say, like, I don't understand what what exclusive is, because it doesn't mean anything. Like, either y'all are dating each other or in a relationship. So there was no accountability for her mother to be had when she didn't understand and thought like, hey, yeah, I'm not understanding this terminology. It doesn't really make sense. And also, too, I didn't like that they didn't call out the fact that, like, that's another one of those gaslighting type of situations that Kata is going through with Beans and Toast. He's been in the villa way too long. And I do think that it really is time for them to go. And it's not that I don't like Kata. I do like Kata. I just think that he rubbing off on her a lot. And I saw that with the conversation where she would not let it go with Trinity. And I'm like, this is your girl, you know? So like that, I didn't think that you would be going so hard on her and saying she needs to take accountability and all of these things until you made her apologize to you and say that she was sorry and justify why she didn't understand what, you know, the whole situationship versus being exclusive. And also to the fact that Trinity was always happy for her. Even when she said, like, you know, we were being exclusive, she was always happy. So I didn't really understand that. And then I don't think I talked about, was there anything else that I missed? Oh, TT and KC's family. I do hate that, like, his mom is going through like the whole things, and they're gonna have to come back and see that. You know, I didn't like that at all, because she did seem very timid, very shy, reserved, and like he said, and everybody else said on the panel, like, you could obviously see that she was self-soothing, that she was a woman of very few words, but they do want to paint that narrative that TT is not liked. And I think like that's very unfortunate for her, just because she came in hot when the girls came in hot on her man. So I'm gonna need them to kind of let that go. I think the girls have moved past that. I don't understand why the audience can't move past that either.
I'm actually gonna say, I'm gonna bring up something. I don't even know if King Louis is still here, but I don't think the girls have really moved past it for real. Because number one, 2 episodes ago, Kata was crying about why it should have been KC and TT that were not that were in the bottom, right? Mm-hmm. And I don't know if y'all heard it. I don't know if y'all peeped it. But when KC asked Anaya to be his girlfriend, first of all, Anaya and Kata's faces were interesting before
he asked TT to be his girlfriend. You said Anaya.
Oh shit. When don't let them clip you. Girlfriend, I'm not speaking that shit into y'all. I'm not speaking that shit into it. Listen, don't do that. But when he asked TT to be his girlfriend, Anaya and Kata's faces were very interesting before that big sort of like applause moment. But then when they got in the bed and people were like, oh, you know, we're happy for you, whatever. And Anaya was like, yeah, I'm happy for you. Carl was like, that's really big of you to be happy for him after everything you all went through. The fuck? What are we talking about? What are we talking about? Terry, I actually don't think they were confused. No shade. No, like, I'm not trying to, I think that they know what it looks like when a production is being put on. They knew something was happening, probably about closing off at the very least. You know what I mean? But it gave like you should still have a grudge toward him. And that was weird. And that made me curious about like what conversations had they had. So I'm not convinced that all the girls have moved on.
The only
I think
person.
I didn't. Oh. I'm sorry. I was like, I guess I didn't pay attention that closely to it. I thought that they was just genuinely happy when they were out and everybody was, you know, giving the congratulations and things like that. And like the water park scene, I felt like they was holding hands, like Anaya and TT. So I saw other moments that I felt like I felt as though maybe they have moved past it. They kept giving her hugs and stuff like that. And even TT has said like, you know, thank y'all for embracing me. So that's what I'm hearing. And, but I can see what you're saying as well from those like, the body language and some of the conversation.
I think
I don't necessarily think that like the girls dislike TT. I think she's definitely closer to Melanie and Kenzie than the other girls. I also do think that like part of it is that TT is 25. She's kind of like mother hen, you know what I'm saying, of the villa. She's going to be a little bit wiser, a little bit more grounded. Even Kenzie, when she had that conversation with Melanie, like asked TT to come and sort of mediate that conversation, right? So I think that she is respected in that way. I don't think that that extends to KC. And so she inadvertently gets hit.
Gotcha. And then one more thing, I think that I was saying, when we talk about the Carl and Anaya situation, I'm gonna play devil's advocate. What if Anaya's just not a physical touch person?
I don't think she is, and I don't think she has to
because I
be.
was like, everybody keeps saying like, why is she swerving him? She don't do this, she don't. And I'm like, what if she's just not a physical touch person?
Well, she looked very physical tonight.
Well, that's the thing. That's the thing is like, if she's not a physical touch person, then why? Then like, is it a performance? Like, why don't we just communicate that I'm not and stick to that?
I do think that that is an expectation that if you are into somebody, especially most men, their love language is physical touch.
That's only because they play with their pee-pees too much as kids.
Right. And I'm not going to disagree. I'm not going to disagree with that. But what I'm saying is that most men, physical touch is their number one language. So, you know, when you are trying to get to know somebody, you know, they're going to touch you.
Aloha is right, though. I keep forgetting that. She's the one that said, I need some D in her intro.
And I sometimes wonder with Anaya, with Carl, is it like, I learned these lessons from being kind of a little too uptight and standoffish with KC. And that now, you know, I know that this is important to somebody and it's actually somebody I like, or it's like, you gonna see me doing all the stuff I didn't do with you with another person. It could be a combination of a bunch of things.
It could.
And a lot of people are only people that like physical touch with people they like. When they don't like it, it's with people they don't like.
I just want to add this too. We don't even know what Anaya's love language is. We know KC's because what is it? I didn't.
Words of affirmation.
Reassurance.
Oh, I thought it was words of affirmation.
See, everybody's different.
Words of reassurance.
It was acts of service.
It's not words of. It's not words. It's acts of service.
Okay.
She never got that in there, did
so many different things. And I haven't gone back to rewatch. I was just like, see, words of affirmation.
I thought it was words of affirmation, but I think that most of us think that because of what we've watched her do. I don't know what
episode.
it's actually acts of service.
What? I don't even know what. It's been so long and so much stuff.
No,
I
they
don't
have
even know.
like little things put out with like their names and their whatever, and it has their love
I'm not
language on
talking
it.
about that.
It's
I'm not
on
talking
Instagram.
about that. I am not talking about that. I'm talking about what we saw on the show. Does KC know what her love language is? Because we heard him say on the show what his love language is.
Oh, I don't remember if they've had that conversation or
That
not.
I don't think that they had. So if we're going on based on what I've seen, the only person in that relationship that I know their love language for sure is KC, and not talking to Anaya about it. But I haven't, and honestly, the Puppet Masters wanted us to see that because they knew a certain narrative they wanted to paint on KC. Why don't I know Anaya's love language? Because if they talked about that, then I can see that there's a valid discourse in how Anaya's feeling. I don't know her love language. But she could have told everybody out before the production, absolutely. But if I don't see it on the show, I don't know.
I actually would argue that I still wouldn't think that that's actually something to discourse about, because that's not anything Anaya's ever complained about. She's never said
that's
"You're
very
not-
true.
You know, you're not meeting my needs." That's never been her complaint.
When did they talk about it?
Yeah.
I'm sorry.
Good night, Angie.
Aloha, okay, mister? When did they talk about it? I really just need to know.
Okay, so I do want to say we're gonna wrap soon, y'all. So seventh letter, I agree. I actually, on the live, right when Casa happened and Anaya was, leg cocked up on Carl, I said that, like, I'm finally seeing her do her growth journey of, like, letting her walls down and letting herself, if I'm going to actually go for something, then I need to go for it, even if it's uncomfortable and it stretches me. Kitty, third time he mentioned not being picked, and second time that he talked about Kata being hot. Like, it was her stretching and letting her walls down, and I can appreciate that. I do think that I continue to see a level of discomfort around it. And so I would like to see her either set a boundary in the same way she did with KC, or for us to acknowledge maybe she's not actually attracted to that man either. Anyway, I'm just saying, she said KC was fine shit. Seventh letter, please go ahead and give me your thoughts, my love.
Hey y'all. I'm on a late show today.
Hi, baby.
Hi. So I watched the episode. Everybody's family pissed me off pretty much, except Melanie's and Sincere's, because everybody was just buttering them up with bullshit and very cognizant that they're on TV and they want to be a part of the brand deals too. For starters, the conversation revisited again with Kata and Trinity. I don't like that Trinity apologized. I do like that she said to Kata, like, it shouldn't really matter what the fuck I feel about it. It should matter how you feel. And I wish she would have said it should matter what you feel in your heart. It doesn't matter what I say in words, but she's 22. I get it. I do wish she wouldn't have apologized, because Kata was looking very entitled and demanding in that moment. Like, bitch, you better apologize. I don't want to just talk about this without an apology. And Trinity did kind of still say, I said what I said, but I don't want to hurt your feelings because I fuck with you and I like you and Zach. But she also said, even though Zach annoys me with him flirting with Bryce, I want y'all to keep saying this shit to yourselves out loud. With these family day things, don't think I didn't fucking clock that y'all zoomed through the black people family meetings, the two black people with the full black families, TT and KC. Why they shit go by so fast? We peeped it. Trinity pissed me off when she ran to the families and hugged that white lady before she hugged her mom and her sister. What the fuck is going on?
So weird.
What is going on? And Bryce and his bottom of the barrel ass family, grandma looked like the grandma off Napoleon Dynamite. Like, what? What are we doing? What are we so excited about? They had the same bullshit ass conversation amongst each other as family that Trinity and Bryce have with each other in that villa. Nothing extra to talk about. The fact that they had to bring Bryce and Kata over into it. Not Bryce, Zach and Kata into it. Why? What did I do?
Oh, it don't matter, girl. Go on, child.
Okay. They had to bring them in the middle of their family day shit. I didn't really like also when families were having their moments and other people just felt like they were just like OD, like zoomed in on their conversations. I felt like they deserved a little bit more privacy because the chatter was, oh, look, they ain't feeling this, they ain't feeling that. Like, shut the fuck up. Y'all situation is not perfect. Nobody's is. I feel like just looking at how Kata's mom and sister responded to her and Zach situation, Kata is used to hearing shit that's not true. She likes people to lie to her just so she feels good about what's going on, because the sister was saying what she meant softly about Zach and Kata's still brushing that shit off. The mama was pretty much lying to her about true feelings, even though she said a little bit here and there. Kata just wants to rush everybody into liking Zach. Zach sticks out like a sore thumb when he's amongst other people. The only people's family that he was engaging with and felt comfortable around was his own. Like everybody else, Zach had this look on him like, oh, I wonder how they feel about me based on what I put out on the TV. He did not look comfortable at all. He looked like, ooh, somebody gonna call me out. Anaya's parents, mom and sister, and Carl's, it was what it was. I like her mama and sister T. They looked cute. Everybody's just going along to get along in that situation. I do like that her mama and sister said, like, they pretty much kind of said, this is not you. All this crying and all of this shit that you doing in this villa, where did this come from? And then her mama called her out for bullshitting Melanie and just telling her what she wants to hear, and that, later made the conversation happen with her, Melanie, and Trinity. Do y'all notice when they had the black girl conversations, they do not be bringing Kata along? I could see why they don't bring TT along, because TT is a Casa girl, and no shade. I don't think it's shady, but they don't be bringing Kata into that shit. I noticed that.
Seven Leather, I kid you not. Me and my boyfriend was watching, and I said, babe, why is it so interesting that when every time the colors have a group conversation about what's going on concerning the guys, Kata Ho ain't nowhere to be found.
Kata be up Bryce's ass, and this is not the first night it happened. I don't think they be trying to exclude
right? So I'm
her.
not tripping.
Yeah, I don't think they even try to exclude her. I just think she don't want to be a part of it. Like, I'm just gonna stay over here with Zach. You guys go ahead. Who else? Talked about, Kenzie. No, I don't give a fuck about them. Dylan's friend wants to be a part of his brand deals. I don't even know if that's Dylan's real mama. She might be a lady from his acting class. Kenzie looked like her mama. Her little brother kind of funny. Is Kenzie mama just white? She got a little something mixed up in there. Why they let Kenzie daddy get a phone call? I feel like Casey and TT's family, like Casey and TT's mom have a little bit of a shyness to them, and that's why they weren't speaking very much. I do like what Casey's sister was saying to him, like, basically, like, we kind of seeing you grow up, like you was doing some shit, and then I'm seeing your growth through the show. I did not like how production showed KC when Anaya's mama was popping her shit. Y'all didn't have to do that. Y'all didn't do that with nobody else. Don't piss me off. Melanie and Sincere's families. I don't know if that man is his real daddy or his stepdad. The only reason I say that might be his real daddy is because I know niggas who run out of names, and my little brother is the third son and he's the junior, not the first two sons. So it could be, because Sincere said that was his little brother. So I was like, is that his stepdaddy or his real daddy? Nonetheless.
His stepdad, he doesn't talk to his real dad, I don't think.
Okay.
Well, I don't know for sure. That's just what I heard on the media. So
Sincere said that on like the first episode, how his dad lives in Philly, but he don't be up there. Like
okay.
He spoke with that man.
Okay, that
maybe that's the man who raised him and he considers him his dad, so I'll respect that. I didn't find it performative. I thought that y'all know some parents don't be knowing their kids for real, and they got to see the ins and outs. Like, of the full details of their relationship on this show. Like, I feel like he probably, Sincere get all the girls. He done broke some hearts here and there. But they seeing it like, oh, you move like this. And I like that he told him, yeah, maybe like if this was in the real world, this shit wouldn't go down like that. I do like that he called him out and let him know. I'm just wondering why Sincere I don't know, I can't pinpoint the episode, but it's been a while. Once he's being held accountable or his tea is being clocked, he just says a quick, yep, I get it, I understand. Like, and his eyes are disassociating. He's not really in it. He hears them saying it to him, but he just has a yep, nope, nope. He used to try to defend his bullshit a lot more during the earlier episodes, but I guess when people he cares about are holding a mirror up to him, it matters a little bit more. Melanie's mom, she seems like she's a woman of few words as well, but what she says leaves a lasting impression. Like, protect your fucking heart. Like, how many times you gonna give him? Melanie was trying to put a gloss on that shit. It's like, you know, when a woman is being abused in a relationship, but they come say, look at my nice house, look at all my things, look at my purses, look at my shoes. And they like, fuck all of that. Look at this. And her sister was playing absolutely no games with her. I think she wanted to say more. The fact that you cried tears of sadness, not happy tears, the entire time during your family day visit, Melanie, and you still want to give this fool chance after chance. It's like she wants him to do some grand gesture to fix it, in her words, and then what? Because he don't have grand gestures in him. He knows that you're going to say yes and approve of whatever as long as he does right while he's in your fucking face. So as much as everybody kept it real with her, she's still going to fuck with that boy. I was expecting her mama to walk in and be Rashida. Based on how stupid Melanie is being for Sincere. I don't get it. But she one of those people. She got to learn a hard lesson. I don't know if it's going to be just a heartbreak. She got to be a baby mama. She got to be divorced. I don't know.
She's going to be embarrassed in the public. It ain't going to be nothing but a repeat of what Amaya and Brian was, except it's actually going to be that something happened.
Yeah, because she keeps saying it like she's so willing to be embarrassed. Like, I know he gonna embarrass me, but I'm still gonna be there. Like, so what is the point? You should never cuss him out. You should never hold him accountable. You should just let him do what he wants. Let him cheat in peace, pretty much.
I think it's also because she is in an echo chamber right now. She's in an echo chamber where literally everyone around her, no matter what she feels internally, they're saying something different. And so when she's in the outside world, that's not going to be true in the same way.
But it just seems like she knows and she feels the wrong that he has done to her.
She does.
And people are putting an exclamation point on it. Like her sister, she said like, hey, you never came at me like that before. You know, like it's one thing to like dislike your sister's boyfriend, but to see why you dislike him, like, because, you know, people conceal things from family if they can. But to see it and be like, hey, this, and this, and you gonna keep doing it?
In 4K.
Yeah, so she knows she's being played. And everybody who loves her is telling her she's being played. She wanna be played.
Well, yeah, I mean, I don't think that Melanie has any intrinsic self-confidence and self-value. She looks a lot for external validation. And so because nobody is giving her that, she is struggling to actually trust her instincts.
But what validation would she get from someone and they see this? Like, because people who care about you want better for you. So what validation?
In the real world, so right now she's in the villa. All the girls in the villa are pretty much saying, girl, you got picked. It's good, right? Even though she feels in her body is something different, right? Mm-hmm. When she had her mom and her sister come, her sister was like, girl, he playing the fuck out of you. You know what I'm saying? But that's one person in comparison to all these people that are saying, they don't see what we see, da-da-da-da-da. When she gets in the real world, it's not just going to be family. It's going to be fans. It's going to be all these other voices being like, girl, that man is not for you. That man is fucking playing you. I think that's going to be a lot harder for her to ignore, especially because she won't be in the echo chamber of the girls anymore.
So you mean like she needs like 100 people to tell her versus like
I
Three
think
people who
her
love her that
I
care
think her
about her the
sister's
most.
voice is not loud enough. Here's the thing with Anaya though, because she's not really buying nothing Anaya's selling
Yeah.
because you've been telling me for 5 weeks to stay with this man.
Yeah.
So her
And she
sister's
said
voice,
that pretty much to her face.
yeah, her sister's singular voice based on the edits that we're getting is not going to drown out what she believes to be her experience that we're not all witnessing, especially when that is being validated by all the people around her. Nobody around her is going, "Oh yeah, girl, he do be moving funky. He do be moving fucking weird." They're not doing that. She told us they're not doing that. So she thinks that she sees something that we don't fucking see, right?
Yeah, because she
She's like,
keeps
I'm just
trying to
gonna
make him a
trust
good
myself.
person. She keeps saying he's a good person. And I've heard people who have been in relationships like, oh, he's a great father, bad husband, or he's a good friend, bad husband, bad boyfriend, whatever. She still ain't even saying the other side. She's just, he's such a good person.
Yeah.
He's such a good person.
And the fact that she can still conceptualize her, she's got a lot of things that she has in the bank somewhere that make her believe that, despite how she's being treated by him.
Ooh-wee.
Tina, before my girl goes, because we're going to end this up with a nice high and a good read, I just wanted to give of my final thoughts, if I can, if that's okay. I just wanted to say that I don't know how, at this point, I don't know how these girls are going to move afterwards, honestly. With social media and the silos and the echo chambers, I am unsure that the lessons that they should be learning will be learned, because I know I love you too, baby. Because I know what it's like. We saw it for a very long time with other islanders that stand 10 toes behind their decision because they don't want to feel embarrassed. They want to justify their reasoning for being with someone. So the jury's out on how a lot of them are going to move, because a lot of the things that I thought that would happen in previous seasons did not happen. Kenny and Janae, i.e. Kenny and Janae. And amongst others, right? I also just wanted to say that I really did enjoy, or not enjoy, but what I understand Melanie. She was the most relatable. Her family conversation was most relatable to me tonight. It's the first time, because of my career. When I moved to New York City, I moved to New York with $40 in my bank account, on the Greyhound, with my luggage and my friend's couch. So I understand what it means to knowing that you have that drive, and see a man diminish it because you don't have that self-love in yourself. And that's what I'm seeing in a lot of the ladies. They don't have the experience or the community around them to put loving themselves at the forefront, which was very much disappointing with Anaya's family, to be honest with you. She didn't pick Carl because she didn't have the self-love in herself and honesty within herself enough to make the best decision, knowing that they were not compatible. As much as we want to give Casey shit, they both knew. You knew that he did not meet a certain box, like her mother kept talking about those boxes. Casey was not checking out those boxes, babe. He wasn't. And that's what I want. I want her to be able to, at least at her stage, Just be honest with yourself. That's really all I'm asking from all of these ladies is be honest with yourselves, but you don't do enough work within, you don't have a community around you that pushes that. You're going to constantly doing things. Y'all want to talk about people pleasing with KC and Sincere, honey, there's a lot of people pleasing. And it's so heartbreaking for me, especially with Anaya and even in Melanie, even though she chose her man, there is a self-worth that you can tell even with Melanie, she's hearing all that. She knows that. And yet, you can see it in her eyes. You can tell that she's actually internalizing it. The minute they're gone, it's like, okay, now it's time to perform. Same thing with Anaya. She's constantly performing. It's almost like, and I feel so bad for her because I've lived the same life where I was constantly trying to please people instead of trying to be honest about what it truly is that I was wanting and experiencing. And if it wasn't for the good girlfriends in my life, she's performing what the other islanders are pushing, the narratives that they're pushing onto by her and Casey being together. If she was honest, they weren't. He wasn't checking those boxes. Plush. He wasn't checking those boxes. Even Anaya's mom said, Carl's checking the boxes. If you're living your life to check a box, babe, good luck with the rest of your life because you will constantly find yourself constantly wanting to seek validation from other people. That's what I'm talking about. So maybe you stop commenting and sit with that for a minute because a lot of us need to sit with a lot of things instead of commenting or jumping to a comment. Want better for them, ladies. Want better for the Black women. We have worked too hard for people to respect us, for a show to diminish us and not push us or let others paint a narrative about us. We have a lot to learn from this show, so learn it. So we don't repeat the same mistakes at the ballot box. I'm going to say one last thing, Tina, because I think it's important, because there's still 285 people in here. That vote, quote unquote vote, and I'll say more later, is a foreshadowing of what's going to happen in the midterms. And y'all have given, a lot of y'all have given space for white supremacy to rule in how we vote and how we process information. And I know that doesn't make a sense to a lot of people, but when I get an opportunity, I do want to have that conversation. Because this is the first time in Love Island that I've seen, and you can correct me if I'm wrong, that a vote like this, that you had to submit, then pick your top 4 according to who you want. It's been done before. This is a playbook. Knowing good and well that most people don't read and don't pay attention. There's a lot of not paying attention to what's going on in this situation, in this season, and even last season. And I will say this. If y'all don't have the luxury I did growing up by just being stupid, by just being 23. by just being 22. Shut up, let me in. Y'all don't have the luxury of that. And if you think you do have the luxury, baby, good luck. Good luck. Because rights are stripped away because we do not know how to vote and because we don't read instruction. So that's my soapbox. Good night, y'all.
Good night. Okay, somebody, seventh letter, I want to address your question about Sincere dissociating. I think I need a question to actually answer. But I will say that like ultimately he's tapped out. Like he doesn't actually give a fuck. I will say this, y'all, and I'm stretching. This may not be true at all, but I wonder if they just don't want another Kristen Huda situation.
I told you, I think that they will do that. If you need an exact question, I mean, like movie night, another confrontation. It's been like 3 confrontation or just within the last 5 episodes where everybody has seen the dirt that Sincere has done behind everybody's back. He's like sitting there taking it when people say it and like, you're right. Or, all right, I got it. Yep. I don't care. I'm gonna do it. But his eyes are
Somewhere
DEAD.
else.
Yeah, and it's just like that's why I'm talking about the disassociation. He used to defend himself a lot more. He tried a little bit on movie night, but they was like, "Nah, it's right here. We seeing pictures." So I just wonder how that because I feel like the way that his mama has come across online, he's used to a confrontational cussing out, and then we be back lovey dovey in 30 minutes after the argument.
Yeah.
But it's like now people are cussing him out and still holding his feet to the fire. So I'm just like, what is that disassociation about? You saying like you think he just don't care or he's just ready for it to be over?
I think he doesn't care, but like fundamentally, dissociation is a regulation tool. It's not the one that I would, as a clinician, want you to use all the time, but it is absolutely a tool that people use in order to regulate their nervous systems. So if he, based on what his mom has told us about how she engages, it is possible that this is a tool that he's practiced for a really long time. So when it is coming at him, he goes to the first tool that he knows how to reach for. I know that Amora said that the man is emotionally intelligent. I disagree. I don't think that he's actually in a place to process. I will say we have not witnessed any evidence that makes me feel like he's able to actually process through and then apply the data, right? He's not taking in the data and then, right, it's like how we were talking about, I wasn't talking about you, I was talking about with Gigi. But like people will read research, but they don't know how to actually ingest it, metabolize it, and then use it, right? He takes in the feedback. He doesn't know how to do anything with it. It's similar. You know who I'm talking about, right? So it's similar to that, right? You're taking it in, but then you're not doing anything with it, right? And so I do think that he is often dissociating, probably too, just as a way to regulate his nervous system. Having someone hold him to account, I think, is maybe unfamiliar, but I think more than anything, what is familiar is the sort of like lashing, right? You're going to have to work. You need to fix it. Like that feels familiar to what and so if his typical tool to navigate that is I'm going to dissociate so that I don't get emotionally stirred up, I think he's just reaching for the tool that he's always used, likely.
And also, did you notice that when they first started this after movie night, he was like, you act like you didn't do anything. And so I think that's also what's feeding in that look in his eye. That man is not about to work. He's not about to do none of that because
and
he
Melanie
also
hasn't proved that he needs to.
Yes. Yes. And I also feel like because he said it at movie night when they were sitting next to the pool, he also brought it up and was like, well, I guess I'm just the only one that did anything. So, to me, I think he's tired of like being the quote unquote bad guy. And you starting to see him shut down because he's like, it's no matter what I do, because that's what he was talking about at the pool to himself. It's like, I do something, I don't do something, I'm still gonna be wrong.
Right.
He's making himself the victim.
Absolutely.
And so I do, like I said, I've been saying it all night that men ain't about to work. And I find it very sad that she's begging a man to prove to him, to prove to her that she's worthy.
Yeah. I mean, he definitely when I said to y'all have seen some people do Darbo and it's not Casey. He definitely makes himself the victim in situations when he is being addressed directly about his behavior. It is exactly what we saw him do with Soul. We saw him do it with Melanie now multiple times. It's like, oh, actually, I'm not the victim. I mean, I'm not the offender. Like, you, what about you? Right? Again, similar to that other guy, right? When they had that conversation about the heart rate challenge. Well, that doesn't make you right. The fuck? That's not what we're talking about, right? So he definitely tries to flip the screen, or flip the switch, but I think he just practices that. I think he just knows how to use that tool. And unfortunately, Melanie is, and everybody in the villa is allowing themselves to, nobody's waking up from the stupor and they're all just falling for it, to be perfectly honest. To be fair, I'll be fair. To be fair, it is really jarring to have the experience of the person that you think highly of to then have that reality altered. And so a lot of them, somebody mentioned it earlier with the double consciousness, a lot of them are having this cognitive dissonance experience. They don't actually want to change their minds because they have this idea of him, and it's actually scarier to take in the data and change their minds.
Kata for sure. Melanie, she I don't even know if that's her. She knows, she has an awareness of the shit that he's doing. She knows, she feels pain. She emotes with crying. She emotes with lashing out. Like, I don't know. Her shit seems a little different, but Kata definitely does not want to see what everybody's telling her.
She literally said la 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 when TT tried to tell her. She was like, I don't want to hear it. No.
That's why I'm like, when TT was willing to share that bit of information, you know how many questions I would have asked her? Girl, what else you see? Like, I would have been digging for shit.
Take the moment to be quiet just to let TT tell you what it is. She wouldn't even let her finish.
TT don't want Zach. She don't have nothing to lose by you know what I mean? I could see if TT and Zach kicked it in Casa and be like, bitch, you trying to throw me off. TT don't have nothing to lose.
So I'm going to answer two other things from the comments. Solar Goon, I don't think it's actually three things from the comments. I don't inherently think that it is intentional, and it's intention and impact. Like, just because you didn't mean to doesn't mean it's not harmful. And I know you're not saying that, but it's like, he needs to be willing to look at himself. And so far, Sincere has told us that he's not. That's not me. That's not me. Oh, that's not who I raised. That he's not willing to look at himself. He wants to keep acting like this is not a reflection of him and obviously his beliefs and his values that are driving his behavior. He has no introspection. Most people on that island don't have any fucking introspection, right? The other thing I wanted to say about the people pleaser thing, honestly, y'all, the only people pleaser in that villa is Sincere. He's the only person in that villa that you all are watching. He's literally saying whatever he needs to say to the person in front of him to make them okay. Nobody else in that villa has done that. Nobody else in that villa has done that. Everybody else in that villa has said things that the other person doesn't want to hear. Every single one of them. Yeah. Every single one of them have said something to the person in front of them that, like, they may not like, but it's the truth of what the situation is, right? Sincere's the only person that continues to lie. He only will tell the truth if directly asked, like when Melanie directly asked him, did you kiss her? And that's only because he can't really lie about that, you know what I'm saying? But when he was directly asked, do you want to explore her? The answer was no, and then he was upstairs making out with her. You flat out lied. You said the thing that she needed to hear in order to, Jamila, to answer your question, in order to keep himself emotionally safe. In his mind, and this is probably a practice skill that has nothing to do with Melanie, y'all. In his mind, if I tell you the thing that you want to hear, it prevents you from being hurt and it prevents me from being hurt. And then everything is okay. And he doesn't think about how that actually is going to play out longer term. And unfortunately, Sincere, you're 24. You got to start tapping in up top a little bit more, right? And even though people pleasers don't mean to, it is a manipulation tactic. Even though they don't mean to, it is a manipulation tactic because you are getting people's buy-in and you're getting their engagement based on lies, essentially, right? And that's you're manipulating instead of saying, hey, I actually don't like when you do that, and then dealing with whatever the emotional response is going to be, even if you're afraid of it. They don't do that. They lie to you instead because they just want to keep their nervous system regulated, and they think they're doing you a favor by not hurting you.
How old is Melanie?
Melanie is 23, I think.
Okay.
Exactly. Yeah, exactly, Jamila. I know that people have wanted to say, like, some people have argued that KC is a people pleaser. I think if you actually look at the scenes and you actually watch it without any, yeah, of course, Jamila, without anything else in it, like, you actually do see KC tell Anaya things more than one time that he knows will be hard for her to hear. Starting at the dock with how he thought Soul was attractive. When she came back to, like, he tells her things that he knows she's not going to want to hear. And then he just sits in it to see what's going to happen emotionally between them, even though he's afraid of it. He's terrified.
He stops when he gets the reaction that's like unfavorable. He'll just stop, like, "Ooh, I'm not gonna say nothing else because I don't want her to cry more or be upset more."
Yeah,
right.
And so I do think he was dealing with a lot of ambivalence. I do think that he was being very uncertain about some things, but like Anaya says things that he doesn't want to hear, right? Trinity says things to people that they don't want to hear. So the majority of the island, Zach, we know all the time is saying shit that people don't, you know what I'm saying? So the majority of the islanders are not people pleasing. The only person we're truly watching that behavior with is Sincere. The other thing, shit, one of y'all said something else I wanted to respond to.
Is this going on YouTube?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
It was you, Solar Goon. You had said something the fuck else. God damn it. That's gonna annoy me. Okay, whatever. I can't remember what it was that you said that I wanted to address. I addressed the people pleasing. I addressed the Sincere thing. God damn it. Doesn't matter. Also, y'all know the wait, Jamila. Sorry, I didn't see the first part of the question. Oh, that he believes what he says is what you're saying. No, that wasn't it, but it's okay. Also, y'all, it's the vote that we did is not determining the winners, only because we're gonna have 2 more episodes. So we have Saturday and then Sunday. So and then Monday, right?
I thought they were going to eliminate somebody tonight.
We have Friday, Saturday, and Sunday. So they'll eliminate 2 tomorrow. We'll have our final 4 that we have to vote on, and then they'll announce the winners.
Mm-hmm. So they basically go on their final dates, all of that, and then you vote. Yeah.
Yeah, they won't know like who won by Monday, right? Or Tuesday.
Sunday, right?
On Sunday, I think Sunday's supposed to be the last
final.
episode.
Yeah, the finale.
They don't want another situation of somebody saying, "You're not going to carry me across the water."
I'm telling y'all, I think the winners probably had to sign a contract. They're gonna stay together at least a month after the reunion is aired, because Brian and Amaya fucked shit up last year.
I'm telling you, the minute that episode ended, they said, "We're done." I said, "Well, calm me down."
They said,
We decided to go separate ways.
Okay, bye. Give me your thoughts, my love.
Oh my goodness, like so crazy. I want to tell somebody in the comments. What's their name? Solar System.
Solar
Clear
Goon.
Quartz. Who?
Solar Goon.
Oh, okay. So check this out, Clear Quartz. I'm not doing all the Disney princesses. I don't want to be like Cinderella, wait on no man to come and save me. I said what I said. I will take the 7 dwarfs and leave your ass behind. Throw that salt over your shoulder and get that sincerely sincere off your back. We not playing that game. We can't save Melanie, but we can save you. Let's not do this. Okay, Bookie back. Okay, love you. Anywho, so this episode was funny. I am 100% Sleeping Beauty's sister, and the sister is me because, hey, beloved. Now, if Sincere is smart, because he's not gonna get nowhere outside the villa as far as like relationship wise, like that's a done thing for a lot of people outside the villa. Like you're not gonna be trusted. Like you about to be out here, hooking up with overseas Charlie. Like I feel like they doing this for a group. Is anybody catching that? Cause Charlie, right? And then we gonna have his stepbrother that they picked up at the airport, where they should have left him, gonna be in there. You got that sad deck of cards back outside. And then 3D is trying to 6D with that deck of cards. And they just all about to, let me tell you something. I think Beyond the Villa season 3 about to be something. I feel like this is all leading up because they want to keep Beyond the Villa going. And they need the mess. They need a mess. Half of these relationships are not going to work outside of, the villa for real. As soon as Zachariah get to the UK, he gonna hump that girl because they got 2 matching cats with each other, right? So he talked to this girl across the way, whatever. They the cat people or whatever. You know what I'm saying? Because you gotta like the cats. So he got this cat friend, and now he gonna have to go tell her like, okay, so look, I'm gonna keep talking, and that's why he made it exclusive, but not exclusive with Kata. You can't talk to nobody else. Because when I see you talk to somebody else, I get upset. But if she talked to me, I'm just saying, I ain't gonna talk to her the whole time. He gonna pull us in city. But I gotta talk because what are we? We're not boyfriend and girlfriend. That's how people are using exclusive to me now, because it made no sense to me that people were going back and forth with me about like, no, they're not exclusive. That's not what that means. That is giving someone a title. That's having everything that the title comes with without the actual title, because you need that in your back pocket to be like, hey, if I mess up, here's my card. We not boyfriend, girlfriend though. And then it becomes a situationship, which is why Kata don't believe it's a situationship, because it's not yet. She ain't seen the show.
Right.
She don't know how he gonna move when they leave. Zach could pull a Irish Spring soap and go meet TJ and Bryce outside the door, and they gonna go down the street to the club and end up sleeping together, like Amanda and that white boy did on Summer, what's it called? And then you know what Kata could do? Kata should then go hook up with Sierra. I'm gonna email them. I got it. Cause y'all, if y'all gonna be doing all this crap, let's make some money. Sincere, get your sincerely sincere beloveds. That's your group of girls. Your beloveds. You feel what I'm saying? Melanie, Melatonin, Sleeping Beauty. Get you a Disney shop. Wake up. Put the melatonin bottle down and get you on some Disney shit, girl, because this is not cute. Like, I was so mad at Melanie and Anaya because y'all gonna say, yeah, we know he this, that, and the third, but yes, you gotta prove all of this. However, why do I need a motherfucker to prove something to my mama when you not humping my mama? Fool, you humping me. You can be the greatest person to my mom and still be a shit-ass boyfriend or husband, and vice versa. That means nothing. People are good friends, but are horrible in relationships. Mm-hmm. You got a best friend and you ain't dating your best friend because you know that YN, that ninja ain't sugar honey nor a iced tea. But you are a great friend. You will show up and help me bury, a couple bones and parts and stuff or whatever. You hear what I'm saying? You know what I mean? Because a couple of them fools over there need to come up missing. And mind you, it is not lost on me, and I didn't hear nobody peep this. What's up with Zachariah and Charlie Baltimore's sister? That was the sister or the mama?
Oh, we talked about it, the sister.
Oh, when she said, "Oh, I couldn't hear you. You were so quiet." When Kata was yelling down from the balcony to come take the photos.
Or when she threw shade at KC unnecessarily, girl. Why you even talk about them?
Like, period. And it's not lost on me too that I guess who did not take group photos. Me and my boyfriend, we was putting pause and we got one of the magnifying glasses and we was looking at the pictures and melatonin's in them mama hand. I seen 3 people, not 6. What's up with that? What's up with that? Oh, okay. So Anaya can kick rocks. I'm not voting for her. She thinks she about to have her Asian persuasion. Girl, no, you're not. And it's looking like she look like a husband go on a bachelorette then. Go on blind date. I don't know. You know what I mean? Like, go back to the old days when we used to cupcake on the phone and never see the person. You know what I'm saying? You probably have better luck right there. You know what I mean? You feel what I'm saying? Hello? Let's talk about it, because you know I'm going to say it.
They used to call me and Chris Betty Crocker and Duncan Hines, y'all.
Girl, let me tell you something. I had my first catfish that I had for over 15 years off of the B2K chat room. But guess what? Don't come for me. Don't come for me. Don't come for me because of my fan and my stand and my love for the boys of the new millennium. I had me a catfish that kept a phone bill paid every week. Western Union had my name already printed out on the paper. They knew I was coming every Friday at 4:30 when I got out of school. Don't play with me. If you gonna do it, get the money. If you gonna be stupid, be a stupid paid hoe.
Now I remember what I wanted to say.
Say it, girl.
Thank you. Actually, oh my God, somebody
P don't come for me. P don't come for me because I would have been buying you lunch and he would have sent you a little $25 too. Don't come. I know what I'm doing. Now say what you was gonna say, Tina Boo.
Okay, so somebody has said in the comments that Anaya wants to be courted, and so Carl gives that, right? Like he's the option because obviously he's gonna court her, but we haven't seen Carl court her in the villa. Why do y'all presume that that's going to happen outside of the villa? In fact, when Anaya and Carl sat down and had a conversation about long distance relationships, and she's like, well, would you do that? He's like, well, you know.
Okay.
I've tried it before. It only works if every...
Well, you know, that's hilarious. That's hilarious. And then she's talking about, well, I'll be in Nantucket.
And that's
I'll be in Denver.
That's the other thing. She's like, well, we can meet up in Nantucket. And he's like, you're gonna come to Denver? Why you ain't going to her? Why we talking about him courting her, y'all?
Period.
I asked everybody the other day on Bass Live why they like Carl, and nobody gave me real answers.
They just want to choice for Anaya, and that's
fine. Just say that, and that's cool. That's the only reason Carl gonna be there if I vote. Exactly. That's what they talking about. He made fruit for breakfast. Fuck that. I don't give a fuck about none of that. He cut it up into little butterflies and all that bullshit. Who cares?
She's hungry.
Thank you. And what else they say? Oh, he got a nice body, and everybody's just assuming Carl got all this fucking money. Y'all don't know how much money this dude got. Just because he talks about experiences. He might save up for that shit. He might have credit card debt that he uses to pay for it. Y'all don't know.
Exactly.
Well,
I had bad credit by the time I was 10.
He's going to school, and that means he might have medical debt.
Therapy. Yeah,
he might have educational debt. And you know, some people, parents, just because they have money, they don't give that shit to their kids. Some people make their kids work hard for that.
Okay, and be like, mess up one time. Especially the Asian persuasion community, they don't play about their coins.
Yeah, like you gonna join the family business or take your ass to school.
Hello?
Well, to the person in the comments, actually Love Island recruited Carl. So, I mean, he could have said no, but they were in his comments recruiting him. Also, yes, exactly, Spartan Rogue. I feel the same way about Carl and Anaya that I do about Trinity and Bryce. It's a little bit bigger of an age gap with Trinity and Bryce, but Carl just turned
28 or 29.
He just
turned 29. He'll be turning 29 tomorrow or something like that.
Yeah, I'm just his whole birthday in there. I said, if y'all got all of that, what's that man's social security number? I'm asking for.
That's what everybody act like they know his credit score, his bank account,
baby,
his
they didn't even know what
investment
Nantucket
portfolio.
was. They thought that was international.
Yeah,
Okay,
they
I got
just
a question.
assume that.
I got a
Yes,
question,
bye.
and it's about to be shady because it's me. So when it comes to wealth and because you moving around and all that kind of stuff, ain't homeless people the best travelers? Because they can't stay in one spot. Don't they have to keep it pushing?
Not
Is that not
always.
considered traveling too?
Not always.
Not
But they
always,
might be,
but
you know, they might have a
He
little
might be a
wanderlust.
nomad.
They might
right.
be a little
So,
bit nomadic.
but I'm saying that the line between wealthy and poor is very thin.
Yeah, you're not
Wealthy
wrong.
people move around, and so do homeless and poor people because they got
You're
to.
not wrong.
You
You're
know
And
what
not
I
that's what
mean?
I'm saying. Like nobody. What if he fronting and got mountains of debt like Todd
Well,
on Girlfriends? How he got Tony Childs?
the reason why people think that he has money is because
Cause
of
he
the
right.
school that he went
Asian.
to. No, it's the school that he apparently went to is like some super like expensive
Is
like
it Ivy
private
League?
school. No, like when he was in high school or whatever. Like
Oh,
it was some
Yeah,
very
like a
expensive like private
Paid
school.
private school.
He
Yeah.
could have
So
got a
like
scholarship to private high school too. People
he
get
may
scholarships
have,
for that
he
shit
may
all.
have,
I'm just saying for the
but
people
I
that
will
are overinflating that.
I will say whether he's rich or not, he's at least. Well, I actually don't know that that's true. I actually don't. I was gonna say he's at least comfortable, but I don't know if that's true. I don't know how he's financing his life. If
I
I'm
mean,
keeping it
his
up.
mama did walk in, look like she came straight from
I
Nordstrom,
mean, yeah,
Saks Fifth Avenue.
She's on TV.
Neiman
Let me tell you
Marcus.
something. I know a Burlington earring set when I see one. Don't play with me. Don't play with me.
At least she didn't come in there looking like Bryce grandma, looking like you keep
Okay,
nothing
now
in
look
her
here,
house but
look
gas
here,
station
hot
cups.
mama granny. Now I understand because let me tell you something. This is gonna be a lot, y'all, but just work with me. Let me have it. Bryce's granny is the reason why we ain't got Freaknik no more.
Child, on God.
Girl,
Because what are we talking about? You want grandbabies this bad? You want grandbabies? You know what I mean? Like you want grandbabies, but however, I do like the fact that she clocked the hell out of Kinaho because she said, first of all, turtle tongue, hey girl. Even with I said, I know that's right. I said, okay, so the family gonna come in here and keep it a butt. But quiet as is kept, not all of them did. They did a cute little razzle dazzle, but the only ones that was standing 10 toes down was Melanie's sister and mama. Let's keep it $1.
Cantana Bella.
Can I tell y'all one thing that I did not like about Bryce's family? I loved his grandma. She's very hilarious. Okay, very
She's funny from a distance, but she can't come to the barbecue with me.
I loved her Bob Ross t-shirt. Okay, it was very cute. She was doing her grandma thing. All right, very adorable. Love that. What I did not love was the fact that when Trinity walked over and wanted to hug her family first, they like almost insisted
that she hugged her first.
You know that pissed me off.
I clocked that. Yep.
And I also did not like the over identification with the Smex life of Bryce and Trinity.
Yeah.
That feels weird. It's giving a little bit voyeurism, and that's weird because that's your grandson and that's a 22-year-old young lady. And I don't know, it just felt a little bit RACIST with the whole I just want to take her home. It was given. I didn't like it, y'all.
It felt like they were fetishizing
I'm not gonna
her.
lie.
It was giving Get Out.
It was giving fetish.
It was giving Get Out.
And the grandma she do too fucking much. Napoleon Dynamite grandma looking ass. I didn't.
Okay.
Girl, she just was doing a little too much for me.
Okay, so another thing I did want to say too that I kind of recognized, or me and Mabu was peeping. We was like, why is they really focused on that kissing handshake Kinaho with the situation? Like I seen too much of them on my screen, right?
So they got to go home.
Towards the end. Yeah, but towards the end, it was more like they were focused on them trying to figure out what they're gonna do outside of the villa, But then the next thing would be the whole melatonin and Sin City thing. So I said, now wait a minute. Now I know y'all ain't trying to do what I think that y'all trying to do. To keep Kinaho here and Get Out, melatonin and Sin City. Anybody else collect that, or am I tripping?
I couldn't tell. You know, the reactions always are misleading. I'll just wait and watch. Unless we get something different on the first look.
I just saw them opening a fortune cookie to see who was gonna stay or leave. I mean, y'all, everybody can go home. It's a wrap.
I was about to say that, like, it really don't even fucking matter because we already know who they about to give the win to. So,
Yeah,
like,
it's
who
a
fucking
wrap.
cares, you know? But
okay, so I'm gonna leave it with this, and I'm gonna tell y'all this, and y'all gonna get upset with me. But guess what? Y'all can't beat me up. Anyways, so what had happened was I did a thing. I was one of the ones that did not follow the instructions. I think I did, but I'm not sure.
You voted wrong, or you didn't
I
vote?
I didn't vote wrong. I voted out of order. Now, what? Hold on. Now, when I took a screenshot of my vote, now is my screenshot the order that I voted in?
No.
Okay, thank God. Okay, so then I did it right. Okay, so what happened was, what I did was I definitely said TT and KC first. That's who I want to win out of the whole couple thing. But then when I started thinking about it, other than KC and TT, the rest of them, I don't care for their couples together. I just like one person more than the other. But we gotta do for, 3 other folks or whatever. So I said, look, and I was going fussing with everybody the other day about, like, if y'all make me vote for this Georgia, this 304, because we got a plot going on. Somebody gonna have to do it for me because my fingers is just not gonna happen. So my boyfriend came through in the clutch and he did, because I was not touching the phone. So what had happened was I did TT and Casey first, and then who did I put? Oh, Trinity and Bryce. And more because it's Trinity, and I want Trinity. If Trinity wins, I want one of them girls to keep the money. I'm hoping that they can do something that ain't
Nobody's gonna do it.
I'm putting out prayers. Prayers.
Nobody's a strong enough villain.
See, I need one of them to do that. I'm like, where is Johnny Bananas when you need him?
Everybody wants to, and I'm sorry. I don't give a fuck how people feel about this because people have tried to whack me about this. Everybody wants to think that Trinity is in on the scam. Her nose is wide the fuck open. Her nose is wide the fuck open.
I don't think she likes Bryce. That's why I think she's in on she's scamming. At least she's scamming on her own. If she's not in on the scam, she's doing her own scam. She's
and
scamming.
That's what I have said is that I do think that Zach and Bryce are scamming. I'm not sure. And I said the girls might be too, but I don't think they run in the same game.
Right. So with that logic, right? Because someone said in the comments there, Anaya, Kata, and Trinity would not keep the money. But I said out of those 3, if it was a possibility, like a mustard seed of faith that I would have, I would say Trinity would be more likely to keep it over Anaya and Kata. Therefore, I did not choose Anaya and Kata because I don't need no extra more competition for KC and TT, which is the only reason why I did Kenaho and Don't Beat Me Up, Melatonin and Sin City.
I voted for them too. Here's the thing, y'all. To those of y'all in the comments, they might think that they're scamming. I don't think that playing the game is necessarily you scamming, but I'm clear that Zach is playing the game. He's already told us that more than one time, so I'm not confused, right? And Kata, the sinister smile that she had about trying to whack KC in that who they were going to send home for least compatible, and then the agginess that she had about that man, I absolutely think she is playing a game too. I think it has to do with disrupting KC's experience, and I think that that's been true since he was in a coupling with Anaya, if I'm perfectly fucking honest, right?
With Kata?
Yes.
Why do you,
because
makes
Kata
you think
and Zach decided together who they were giving that
was
fucking-
that okay with Casey? Because I think that Kata thinks she's fucking better than them. She has the same snooty booty mentality and behavior as Zach does. She showed her fucking cards when she saw that KC and TT were both like she kept harping on why them. She mentioned the other couples, but she harped on KC and TT probably more than we actually saw.
Sasha, I agree. I think that all of them were in on that plot. I think as far as gaming in general, I think that Trinity is focused on her future. I don't think that necessarily means that she's playing the same game as Bryce. I think her nose is a little bit open about that man just because of some of this. She be acting too dingy for me to think that that's fake, if I'm honest. I'm sorry. I know that's not nice. It's not a nice way to say it.
You don't think that foursome is game plan together?
I don't think that they're in it together. Absolutely. I think the boys might be in on it together. And I actually thought Kata at one point too. but I'm not sure that the Kata is her nose is wide the fuck open too.
Oh yeah,
Yes.
she worse
Yes, it
than
is.
Trinity, if we being honest.
Oh yeah, for sure.
She won't say shit to Zach. Trinity at least will say some shit to Bryce. But Bryce don't be trying her like Zach be trying Kata.
And that was something that we didn't talk about earlier, is that the girls can say things to other people in situations that they do not take their own advice in their own situations.
Period. Cause girl, Anaya, what are we doing? I know you effing like your mama just told you in your face that you were a bad friend. And then you go to that girl and half-ass apologize that, you know what? Yeah, I might have been doing that and that wasn't right. I'm sorry. And then for you to get that girl out of your sight to tell Trinity, but I mean, I just see something that they not seeing. We here. We see Sin City. I said, okay, so what happened with KC then?
That's what I was when they were having that conversation. I was like, we got all of these motherfucking allowances and we see the growth and development in Sincere, and he really is trying. Talking about they don't see it. Who don't see it? Dude, what the fuck? Whatever. But
okay, I'm about to make y'all mad
Casey
again.
was the worst person on earth. Like I still want to see a conversation. Like even when Uno from last year said him and Amaya had a conversation and he apologized to her and chopped it up. Although we didn't get to see it, we heard it mentioned by, and it was acknowledged by both parties. Trinity, I want you to tell KC why you got all that smoke up in your chest.
Okay, so let me put it like this then. Let me show of hands and keep it a buck, y'all. Those folks that ride for Sin City or Anaya, because Anaya rides for Sin City and y'all gonna ride whatever with Anaya ride, y'all are the same folks whose character, Damon Salvatore, is y'all favorite character from Game of Thrones. Or y'all favorite character from the originals is Niklaus.
Now hold on,
I don't speak Game of Thrones. I've never.
Not Game of Thrones. Vampire Diaries are the originals. Because Damon Salvatore was bad.
Not so much on Niklaus, okay? That's my guy.
Hey,
don't do that.
Because Elijah, he owe Elijah an apology.
Elijah too goddamn uptight. He need to unclench his booty hole.
I would be uptight if I'm chasing my brother around for 1,050 years trying to get this fool to be nice for one goddamn day. And then you had to knock up then you had to knock up a werewolf, and then you said what? You know what? No, see, you know what, Tina? We gonna talk later. I knew. We can do the Niklaus and Elijah back and forth on another panel because I'm ready to light it up. I started rewatching because y'all did my boy dirty. Niklaus want to be loved but don't want to be loved, but my sister can't be in love because I still ain't in love, and I'm gonna keep my my older big brother in a casket for 1,500 goddamn years just to let him out for him to die 2 or 3 days later. Like, nah, bro. Niklaus was unhinged, dude. He was bad. I liked him, but I'm team Elijah, period.
He was protecting them. He was protecting them.
Girl, shut up. You know what, Tina? I'm gone.
What show is that? Vampire? I don't speak Vampire or Game of Thrones. The only vampires I speak.
I was like, sometimes you gotta know when to be quiet.
The show we're talking about is called The Originals. But but I wasn't Niklaus over Elijah. I liked them both, but I still like Niklaus.
Yeah, because he didn't care. He said, and I did, your mama gone. What you want to do about it?
I like that. That was me. Like, and what about it? Shit.
Right. Let me tell you how bad she was fighting in that water that I was holding her under in. Come on, Tina. That was girl.
Proverbs 31, The Originals. I think you can watch it on Netflix still, right?
Yes, you can do Vampire Diaries on Netflix and the originals on Netflix, if I'm not mistaken, or Tubi, one of the two. It's a Google. Y'all Google it. It's easy to find. Because don't even get me started on Bonnie Bennett. But again, I digress.
Okay.
Y'all gotta get into it. It's a good watch. Y'all gonna get irritated because we grown and you just gonna be like, or was we this bad? And some of y'all gonna have to admit to yourself y'all was. Y'all was a Caroline. If y'all was an Elena, I'm gonna block you. I can't do Elena's.
I love y'all. We've been on
Good night.
It's time to go to bed.